Workers' Councils and the Economics of Self-Managed Society by Cornelius Castoriadis. There's a little introduction to Castoriadis in the book. Cornelius Castoriadis was born in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, in 1922. He spent his youth in Athens pursuing his interest in philosophy, politics, and later studied law, economics, and political science before moving to Paris in 1945. Castoriadis joined the Trotskyist party in Paris, but his distaste for their position on Stalin, their focus on centralized party-run society, and ideas supporting nationalization caused him to quit. Castoriadis co-founded the group Socialisme ou Barbarie with Calaude Lefort in 1948. The group criticized both Soviet bureaucracy and capitalism, adopted classic Marxist questions with enough skepticism to keep the group from becoming dogmatic. Despite internal strife, the group was operational from 1948 to 1966. The success secured Castoriadis' reputation as an important political theorist. After a brief stint as an economist, then psychoanalyst, Castoriadis taught at the École des Hautes Études in Sciences des Sociales in Paris from 1979 until his death in 1997. In this book, Castoriadis defines the fundamental conflict in society as that between order givers and order takers, whom they ignorantly manage, rather than relying on the classic dichotomy between owners and workers. Castoriadis outlines a socialist society based on the formation of workers' councils, which he believes will allow workers to grant themselves autonomy and means to maintain that autonomy. In the final chapter, he examines the potential barriers which stand between our current society and the one we must build to rid ourselves of exploitation. I'll read through the table of contents, just for fun. Introduction: The Crisis of Capitalism, Basic Principles of Socialist Society, Socialism and the Transformation of Work, Workers' Management, the Factory, the Content of Workers' Management at Factory Level, General Problems of Socialist Economy, Management of the Economy, the Management of Society, Problems of the Transition. Fuck, I'm a mess. Introduction: The development of modern society and what has happened to the working class movement over the last 100 years, and in particular since 1917, have compelled us radically to revise most of the ideas on which that movement had been based. Several decades have gone by since the Russian Revolution. From that revolution, it is not socialism that emerged, but a new and monstrous form of exploiting society, in which the bureaucracy replaced the private owner of capital, and the so-called plan took the place of the, quote, free market. There are several basic ingredients for the revision we propose. The first is to assimilate the vast experience of the Russian Revolution and what happened to it. The next is to grasp the real significance of the Hungarian workers' councils and other uprisings against the bureaucracy. But there are other ingredients to the proposed revision. A look at modern capitalism and at the type of conflict it breeds shows that throughout the world, working people are faced with the same fundamental problems, often posed in surprisingly similar terms. These problems call for the same answer. The answer is socialism, a social system which is the very opposite both of the bureaucratic capitalism now installed in Russia, China, and elsewhere, and of the type of capitalism now prevailing in the West. The experience of bureaucratic capitalism allows us clearly to perceive what socialism is not and cannot be. A close look at past proletarian uprisings and at the everyday life and struggles of the working class, both East and West, enables us to posit what socialism could be and should be. Hello. Basing ourselves on the experience of a century, we can and must now define the positive content of socialism in a much fuller and more accurate way than could previous revolutionaries. In today's vast ideological morass, people who call themselves socialists may be heard to assert that, quote, they are no longer quite sure what that word means, end quote. We hope to show that the very opposite is the case. Today, for the first time, one can begin to spell out in concrete and specific terms what socialism could really be like. The task we are about to undertake does not only lead us to challenge many widely held ideas about socialism, many of which go back to Lenin and some to Marx. It also leads us to question widely held ideas about capitalism, about the way it works, and about the real nature of its crises, ideas many of which have reached us, with or without distortion, from Marx himself. The two analyses are complementary, and in fact, the one necessitates the other. One cannot understand the deepest essence of capitalism and its crises without a total conception of socialism. For socialism implies human autonomy, the conscious management by people of their own lives. Capitalism, both private and bureaucratic, is the ultimate negation of this autonomy, and its crises stem from the fact that the system necessarily creates this drive to autonomy, while simultaneously being compelled to suppress it. The revision we propose did not, of course, start today. Various strands of the revolutionary movement and a number of individual revolutionaries have contributed to it over a period. In the very first issue of Socialism or Barbarism, we claim that the fundamental division in contemporary societies was the division into order givers and order takers. We attempted to show how the working class's own development could lead it to a socialist consciousness. We stated that socialism could only be the product of the autonomous action of the working class. We stressed that a socialist society implied the abolition of any separate stratum of order givers, and that it therefore implied power at the base and workers' management of production. But in a sense, we ourselves failed to develop our own ideas to the full. It would hardly be worth mentioning this fact were it not that it reflected, at its own level, the influence of factors which have dominated the evolution of revolutionary theory for a century, namely the enormous dead weight of the ideology of exploiting society, the paralyzing legacy of traditional concepts, and the difficulty of freeing oneself from inherited methods of thought. In our sense, our revision consists of making more explicit and precise what has always been the deepest content of working class struggles, whether at their dramatic and culminating moments, revolution, or in the anonymity of working class life in the factory. In another sense, our revision consists in freeing revolutionary thought from the accumulated clinker of a century. We want to break the deforming prism through which so many revolutionaries have become used to looking at the society around them. Socialism aims at giving a meaning to the life and work of people, at enabling their freedom, their creativity, and the most positive aspects of their personality to flourish, at creating organic links between the individual and those around him, and between the group and society, at overcoming the barriers between manual and mental work, at reconciling people with themselves and with nature. It thereby rejoins the most deeply felt aspirations of the working class in its daily struggles against capitalist alienation. These are not longings relating to some hazy and distant future. They are feelings and tendencies existing and manifesting themselves today. both in revolutionary struggles and in everyday life. To understand this is to understand that, for the worker, the final problem of history is an everyday problem. Yeah, that's fresh. I like that. To understand this is to understand that for the worker, the final problem of history is an everyday problem. To grasp this is also to perceive that socialism is not, quote, nationalization, or, quote, planning, or even, quote, an increase in living standards. It is to understand that the real crisis of capitalism is not due to the, quote, anarchy of the market, or to, quote, overproduction, or to, quote, the falling rate of profit. Taken to their logical conclusion and grasped in all their implications, these ideas alter one's concepts of revolutionary theory, action, and organization. They transform one's vision of society and of the world. The crisis of capitalism. The capitalist organization of social life, both East and West, creates a constantly renewed crisis in every aspect of human activity. This crisis appears most intensely in the realm of production, although in its essence the problem is the same in other fields, i.e. whether one is dealing with the family, with education, with culture, with politics, or with international relations. Everywhere, the capitalist structure of society imposes on people an organization of their lives that is external to them. It organizes things in the absence of those most directly concerned and often against their aspirations and interests. This is but another way of saying that capitalism divides society into a narrow stratum of order givers, whose function is to decide and organize everything, and the vast majority of the population who are reduced to carrying out, executing, the decisions of those in power. As a result of this very fact, most people experience their own lives as something alien to them. This pattern of organization is profoundly irrational and full of contradictions. Under it, repeated crises of one kind or another are absolutely inevitable. It is nonsensical to seek to organize people, either in production or in politics, as if they were mere objects, ignoring systematically what they themselves wish or how they themselves think things should be done. In real life, capitalism is obliged to base itself on people's capacity for self-organization, on the individual and collective creativity of the producers. Without these, it could not survive for a day. But the whole official organization of modern society both ignores and seeks to suppress these abilities to the utmost. The result is not only an enormous waste due to untapped capacity. The system does more. It necessarily engenders opposition, a struggle against it by those upon whom it seeks to impose itself. Long before one can speak of revolution or of political consciousness, people refuse in their everyday working life to be treated as objects. The capitalist organization of society is thereby compelled not only to structure itself in the absence of the most directly concerned, but to take shape against them. The net result is not only waste but perpetual conflict. If 1,000 individuals have amongst them a given capacity for self-organization, capitalism consists in more or less arbitrarily choosing 50 of these individuals, of vesting them with managerial authority, and of deciding that the others should just be cogs. Metaphorically speaking, this is already a 95% loss of social initiative and drive. But there is more to it. As the 950 ignored individuals are not cogs, and as capitalism is obliged up to a point to base itself on their human capacities, and in fact to develop them, these individuals will react and struggle against what the system imposes upon them. The creative faculties which they are not allowed to exercise on behalf of a social order which rejects them, and which they reject, are now utilized against that social order. A permanent struggle develops at the very kernel of social life. It soon becomes the source of further waste. The narrow stratum of order givers has henceforth to divide its time between organizing the work of those, quote, below, end quote, and seeking to counteract, neutralize, deflect, or manipulate their resistance. The function of the managerial apparatus ceases to be merely organization, and soon assumes all sorts of coercive aspects. Those in authority in a large modern factory, in fact, spend less of their time in organization of production than in coping, directly or indirectly, with the resistance of the exploited. Whether it be a question of supervision, of quality control, of determining piece rates, of, quote, human relations, end quote, of discussions with shop stewards or union representatives. On top of all this, there is, of course, the permanent preoccupation of those in power with making sure that everything is measurable, quantifiable, verifiable, controllable, so as to deal in advance with any counteraction the workers might launch against the new methods of exploitation. Or not the new methods, just new methods of exploitation. The same applies, with all due corrections, to the total organization of social life and to all the essential activities of any modern state. The irrationality and contradictions of capitalism do not show up in the way social life is organized, do not only show up in the way social life is organized. The irrationality and contradictions of capitalism appear even more clearly when one looks at the real content of the life which the system proposes. More than any other social order, capitalism has made of work the center of human activity, and more than any other social order, capitalism makes of work something that is absurd. Absurd not from the point of view of the philosopher or of the moralist, but from the point of view of those who have to perform the work. What is challenged today is not only the, quote, human organization, end quote, of work, but work's nature, work's methods, work's objectives, the very instruments and purpose of capitalist production. The two aspects are, of course, inseparable, but it is the second that needs stressing. As a result of the nature of work in capitalist enterprise, and however it may be organized, the activity of the worker, instead of being the organic expression of the worker's human faculties, becomes something which dominates him as an alien and hostile force. In theory, the worker is only tied to this activity by a thin but unbreakable thread, the need to earn a living. But this ensures that even the day that is about to start dawns before him. As something hostile. Work under capitalism therefore implies a permanent mutilation, a perpetual waste of creative capacity, and a constant struggle between the worker and his own activity, between what he or she would like to do and what he or she has to do. From this angle, too, capitalism can only survive to the extent that capitalism cannot fashion reality to its molds. The system only functions to the extent that the, quote, official, end quote, organization of production and of society are constantly resisted, thwarted, corrected, and completed by the effective self-organization of people. Work processes can only be efficient under capitalism to the extent that the real attitudes of workers towards their work differ from what is prescribed. Working people succeed in appropriating the general principles relating to their work, to which, according to the spirit of the system, they should have no access, and concerning which the system seeks to keep them in the dark. Then they apply these principles to the specific conditions in which they find themselves, whereas in theory, this practical application can only be spelled out by the managerial apparatus. Exploiting societies persist because those whom they exploit help them to survive. But capitalism differs from all previous exploiting societies. Slave-owning and feudal societies perpetuated themselves because ancient slaves and medieval serfs worked according to the norms of those societies. The working class enables capitalism to continue by acting against the system, but capitalism can only function to the extent that those it exploits actively oppose everything the system seeks to impose upon them. The final outcome of this struggle is socialism, namely the elimination of all externally imposed norms, methods, and patterns of organization, and total liberation of the creative and self-organizing capacities of the masses. Section 3. Basic Principles of Socialist Society. Socialist society implies the organization by people themselves of every aspect of their social life. The establishment of socialism therefore entails the immediate abolition of the fundamental division of labor. The establishment of socialism therefore entails the immediate abolition of the fundamental division of society into a stratum of order givers and a mass of order takers. The content of the socialist reorganization of society is first of all workers' management of production. The working class has repeatedly staked its claim to such management and struggled to achieve it at the high points of its historic actions, in Russia 1917-18, in Italy in 1920, in Spain in 1936, in Hungary in 1956. Workers' councils, based on the place of work, are the form worker self-management will probably take in the institution most likely to foster its growth. Workers' management means the power of the local workers' councils, and ultimately, at the level of society as a whole, the power of the Central Assembly of Workers' Council delegates. Factory councils, or councils based on any other place of work, such as a plant, building site, mine, railway yard, office, etc., will be composed of delegates elected by the workers and revocable by them at any time, and will unite the functions of deliberation, decision, and execution. Such councils are historic creations of the working class. The councils have come to the forefront every time the question of power has been posed in modern society. The Russian factory committees of 1917, the German workers' councils of 1919, the Hungarian councils of 1956, all sought to express, whatever their name, the same original, organic, and characteristic working class pattern of self-organization. Concretely, to define the socialist organization of society is, amongst other things, to draw the possible conclusion. Concretely, to define the socialist organization of society is, amongst other things, to draw all the possible conclusions from two basic ideas, workers' management of production and the rule of the councils. But such a definition can only come to life and be given flesh and blood if combined with an account of how the institutions of a free socialist society might function in practice. There is no question of us here trying to draw up, quote, statutes, quote, rules, or a, quote, ideal constitution for socialist society. Statutes as such mean nothing. The best of statutes can only have meaning to the extent that people are permanently prepared to defend what is best in those statutes, to make up what they lack, and to change whatever they may contain that has become inadequate or outdated. From this point of view, we must obviously avoid any fetishism of the, quote, council, end quote, type of organization. The, quote, constant eligibility and revocability of representatives, end quote, are themselves quite insufficient to, quote, guarantee, end quote, that a council will remain the expression of working class interests. The council will remain such an expression for as long as people are prepared to do whatever may be necessary for the council to remain the expression of working class interests. The achievement of socialism is not a question of better legislation. It depends on the constant self-activity of people and on their capacity to find within themselves the necessary awareness of ends and means, the necessary solidarity and determination. But to be socially effective, this autonomous mass action cannot remain amorphous, fragmented, and dispersed. It will find expression in patterns of action and forms of organization, in ways of doing things, and ultimately in institutions which embody and reflect its purpose. Just as we must avoid the fetishism of statutes, we should also see the shortcomings of various types of anarchist or spontaneist fetishism, which, in the belief that in the last resort, working class consciousness will determine everything, takes little or no interest in the form such consciousness should take, if it is really to change reality. The council is not a gift bestowed by some libertarian god. The council is not a miraculous institution. The council cannot be a popular mouthpiece if the people do not wish to express themselves through its medium, but the council is an adequate form of organization. Its whole structure is such that it enables working-class aspirations to come to light and find expression. Parliamentary-type institutions, on the other hand, whether called the House of Commons or the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, are by definition types of institutions that cannot be socialist. They are founded on a radical separation between the people, quote, consulted, end quote, from time to time, and those who are deemed to, quote, represent, end quote, them, the people, but who are in fact beyond meaningful popular control. A workers' council is designed so as to represent working people, but may cease to fulfill this function. Parliament is designed so as not to represent the people and never ceases to fulfill this function. Footnote: the belief that socialism can be achieved through Parliament is therefore naive in the extreme. Moreover, it perpetuates illusions in the significance of this kind of popular representation. End of footnote. The question of adequate and meaningful institutions is central to socialist society. It is particularly important as socialism can only come about through a revolution, that is to say, as the result of a social crisis in the course of which the consciousness and activity of the masses reach extremely high levels. Under these conditions, the masses become capable of breaking the power of the ruling class and of its armed forces, of bypassing the political and economic institutions of established society, and transcending within themselves the heavy legacy of centuries of oppression. This state of affairs should not be thought of as some kind of paroxysm, but on the contrary, as the prefiguration of the level of both activity and awareness demanded of men in a free society. The ebbing of revolutionary activity has nothing inevitable about it. It will always remain a threat, however, given the sheer enormity of the tasks to be tackled. Everything which adds to the innumerable problems facing popular mass action will enhance the tendency to such a reflux. It is therefore crucial for the revolution to provide itself, from its very first days, with a network of adequate structures to express its will, and for revolutionaries to have some idea as to how these structures might function and interrelate. There can be no organization or ideological vacuum in this respect, and if libertarian revolutionaries remain blissfully unaware of these problems and have not discussed or even envisaged them, they can rest assured that others have. It is essential that revolutionary society should create for itself, at each stage, those structures that can most readily become effective, quote, normal mechanisms for the expression of popular will, both in the important affairs and in everyday life. Both in, quote, important affairs, end quote, and in everyday life, which is, of course, the first and foremost of all, quote, important affairs, end quote. The definition of socialist society that we are attempting, therefore, requires us some description of how we visualize its institutions and the way they will function. This endeavor is not utopian, for it is but the elaboration and extrapolation of historical creations of the working class, and in particular of the concept of workers' management. The ideas we propose to develop are only the theoretical formulation of the experience of a century of working class struggles. They embody real experiences, both positive and negative, conclusions, both direct and indirect, that have already been drawn, answers given to problems actually posed, or answers which would have had to be given if such and such a revolution had developed a little further. Every sentence in this text is linked to questions which implicitly or explicitly have already been met in the course of working class struggles. This should put a stop once and for all to all allegations of, quote, utopianism, end quote. In the first chapter of his book, The Workers' Councils, Anton Pannekoek develops a similar analysis of the problems confronting socialist society. On the fundamental issues, our points of view are very close. Subsection A. Institutions that people can understand and control. Self-management will only be possible if people's attitudes to social organization alter radically. This in turn will only take place if social institutions become a meaningful part of their real daily life, just as work will only have a meaning when people understand and dominate work. So will the institutions of socialist society only become meaningful when people understand and control those institutions. Footnote. Bakunin once described the problem of socialism as being, quote, to integrate individuals into structures which they could understand and control, end quote. Bakunin. End of footnote. Modern society is a dark and incomprehensible jungle, a confusion of apparatuses, structures, and institutions whose workings almost no one understands or takes any interest in. Socialist society will only be possible if it brings about a radical change in this state of affairs and massively simplifies social organization. Socialism implies that the organization of a society will have become transparent for those who make up that society. To say that the workings and institutions of socialist society must be easy to understand implies that people must have a maximum of information. This, quote, maximum of information, end quote, is something quite different from an enormous mass of data. The problem isn't to equip everybody with portable microfilms of everything that's in the British Museum. On the contrary, the maximum of information depends first and foremost in a reduction of data to their essentials, so that they can readily be handled by all. This will be possible because socialism will result in an immediate and enormous simplification of problems and the disappearance, pure and simple, of most current rules and regulations which will have become quite meaningless. To this will be added a systematic effort to gather and disseminate information about social reality and to present facts both adequately and simply. Further on, when discussing the functions of socialist economy, we will give examples of the enormous possibilities that already exist in this field. Under socialism, people will dominate the working and institutions of society. Under socialism, people will dominate the working and institutions of society. Socialism will therefore have, for the first time in human history, to institute democracy. Etymologically, the word democracy means domination by the masses. We are not here concerned with the formal aspects of this domination. Real domination must not be confused with voting. A vote, even a, quote, free vote, may only be, and often only is, a parody of democracy. Real democracy is not the right to vote on secondary issues. Real democracy is not the right to appoint rulers who will then decide without control from below on all the essential questions. Nor does democracy consist in calling upon people electorally to comment upon incomprehensible questions or upon questions which have no meaning for them. Real domination consists in being able to decide for oneself on all essential questions in full knowledge of the relevant facts. In these few words, quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote, lies the whole problem of democracy. Footnote. The words are to be found in Part 3 of Engels' Anti-Düring. There is little point in asking people to pronounce themselves if they are not aware of the relevant facts. This has long been stressed by the reactionary or fascist critics of bourgeois democracy, and even by the more cynical Stalinists or Fabians. Footnote regarding the cynical Stalinists. A few years ago, a certain philosopher could seriously ask how one could even discuss Stalin's decisions, as one didn't know the real facts upon which he alone could base them. Sartre. Sartre is who Castoriadis is speaking of. Footnote on the Fabians. Bernard Shaw once cynically described democracy as, quote, substituting election by the incompetent many for appointment by the corrupt few. End quote. End of footnote. It is obvious that bourgeois, quote, democracy is a farce, if only because literally nobody in contemporary society can express an opinion in full knowledge of the relevant facts, least of all the mass of the people from whom political and economic realities and the meaning of the questions asked are systematically hidden. But the answer is not to vest power in the hands of an incompetent and uncontrollable bureaucracy. The answer is to so transform social reality that essential data and fundamental problems are understood by all, enabling all to express opinions, quote, in full knowledge of all the relevant facts, end quote. Section B. Direct democracy and centralization. To decide means to decide for oneself. To decide who is to decide is already not quite deciding for oneself. The only total form of democracy is therefore direct democracy. To achieve the widest and most meaningful direct democracy will require that all the economic and political structures of society be based on local groups that are real organic social units. Direct democracy certainly requires the physical presence of citizens in a given place, when decisions have to be taken. But this is not enough. It also requires that these citizens form an organic community, that they live, if possible, in the same milieu, that they be familiar through their daily experience with the subjects to be discussed and with the problems to be tackled. It is only in such units that the political participation of individuals can become total, that people can know and feel that their involvement is meaningful, and that the real life of the community is being determined by its own members, and not by some external agency, acting, quote, on behalf, end quote, of the community. There must therefore be the maximum autonomy and self-management for the local units. Modern social life has already created these collectivities and continues to create them. They are units based on medium-sized or larger enterprises and are to be found in industry, transport, building, commerce, the banks, public administration, etc., where people in hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands spend the main part of their life harnessed to common work, coming up against society in its most concrete form. A place of work is not only a unit of production, it has become the primary unit of social life for the vast majority of the people. Instead of basing itself on geographical units, which economic development has often rendered highly artificial, the political structure of socialism will be largely based on collectivities involved in similar work. Such collectivities will prove the fertile soil on which direct democracy can nourish, as they did, for similar reasons, in the ancient city or in the democratic communities of free farmers in the United States in the 19th century. Direct democracy gives an idea of the decentralization which socialist society will be able to achieve. But, footnote, posing, quote, decentralization to, quote, centralization as a, quote, opposite, end quote, to the partiality of human social organization that having a center now is, avoids solution. Presenting the flip side to centralism, completing a false consciousness, rationally trapping human experience up to now in an either-or paradox, which bourgeois thinking refuses to resolve, whilst the best of both, omnicentralization, places the center everywhere as opposed to nowhere, annihilating the historical use of center in its limited hierarchical manner. End of footnote. But an industrially advanced free society will also have to find a means of democratically integrating these basic units into the social fabric as a whole. It will have to solve the difficult problem of the necessary centralization, without which the life of a modern community would collapse. It is not centralization as such which has made of modern society such outstanding examples of political alienation, which has led to minorities politically expropriating the majority. This has been brought about by the development of bodies separate from and above the general population, bodies exclusively and specifically concerned with the function of centralization. As long as centralization is conceived as the specific function of a separate, independent apparatus, bureaucracy is indeed inseparable from centralization. But in a socialist society, there will be no conflict between centralization and the autonomy of local organizations, for both functions will be exercised by the same institutions. There will be no separate apparatus whose function it will be to reunite what it has itself smashed up. Which absurd task, need we recall it, is precisely the function of a modern bureaucracy. Footnote. Those who argue about the, quote, intrinsic merits, end quote, of decentralization seldom pursue their thoughts to their logical conclusion. Do they really envisage every town and every village generating its own electricity or atomic power, arranging its own jet aircraft schedules, importing its own tea or sugar, growing its own bananas, or building its own neurosurgical centers? Or will the free society dispense with these altogether? End of footnote. Bureaucratic centralization is a feature of all modern exploiting societies. The intimate links between centralization and totalitarian bureaucratic rule in such class societies provokes a healthy and understandable aversion to centralization among many contemporary revolutionaries. But this response is often confused, and at times it reinforces the very things it seeks to correct. Quote, centralization, there's the root of all evil, end quote, proclaim many honest militants as they break with Stalinism or Leninism in either East or West. Footnote. The nature of the statement, quote, centralization is the root of all evil, end quote, exposes the need to supersede absolutism and anti-dynamism. End of footnote. But this formulation, at best ambiguous, becomes positively harmful when it leads, as it often does, either to formal demands for the, quote, fragmentation of power, end quote, or to demands for a limitless extension of the powers of base groupings, neglecting what is to happen at other levels. When Polish militants, for instance, imagine they have found a solution to the problem of bureaucracy, when they advocate a social life organized and led by, quote, several centers, end quote, the state administration, a parliamentary assembly, the trade unions, workers' councils, and political parties, they are arguing beside the point. They fail to see that this, quote, polycentrism, end quote, is equivalent to the absence of any real and identifiable center controlled from below. And as modern society has to take certain central decisions, the, quote, constitution, end quote, they propose will only exist on paper. It will only serve to hide the reemergence of a real... Christ, spider crawling on me. They fail to see... Where am I? Fucking spiders, man. And as modern society has to take certain central decisions, the, quote, constitution, end quote, they propose will only exist on paper. It will only serve to hide the reemergence of a real, but this time masked and therefore uncontrollable, quote, center, end quote, from amid the ranks of the political bureaucracy. The reason is obvious. If one fragments any institution accomplishing a significant or vital function, one only creates an enhanced need for some other institution to reassemble the fragments. Similarly, if one merely advocates an extension of the powers of local councils, one is thereby handing the local councils over to domination by a central bureaucracy which would alone, quote, know or, quote, understand how to make the economy function as a whole, and modern economies, whether one likes it or not, do function as a whole. For libertarian revolutionaries to duck these difficulties and to refuse to face up to the question of central power is tantamount to leaving the solution of these problems to some bureaucracy or other. Libertarian society will therefore have to provide a libertarian solution to the problem of centralization. The answer could be the assumption of carefully defined and circumscribed authority by a federation of workers' councils and the creation of a central assembly of councils and a council administration. We will see further on that such an assembly and such an administration do not constitute a delegation of popular power, but on the contrary, an instrument of popular power. At this stage, we only want to discuss the principles that might govern the relationship of such bodies to the local councils and other base groups. These principles are important, for they would affect the functioning of nearly all institutions in a libertarian society. Section C of Part 3. The flow of information and decisions. In a society where the people have been robbed of political power, and where this power is in the hands of a centralizing authority, the essential relationship between the center and the periphery can be summed up as follows. Channels from the periphery to the center only transmit information, whereas channels from the center to the periphery transmit decisions, plus perhaps that minimum of information deemed necessary for the understanding and execution of the decisions taken at the center. The whole setup reflects not only a monopoly of decisional authority, but also a monopoly of the conditions necessary for the exercise of power. The center alone has the, quote, sum total, end quote, of information needed to evaluate and decide. In modern society, it can only be by accident that any individual or body gains access to information other than that relating to his immediate milieu. The system seeks to avoid, or at any rate, it doesn't encourage such, quote, accidents, end quote. When we say that in a socialist society, the central bodies will not constitute a delegation of power, but will be the expression of the power of the people, we are implying a radical change in all this. One of the main functions of central bodies will be to collect, transmit, and disseminate information collected and conveyed to them by local groups. In all essential fields, decisions will be taken at grassroots level and will be notified to the center, whose responsibility it will be to help or follow their progress. A two-way flow of information and recommendations will be instituted, and this will not only apply to relations between the administration of the councils, but will be a model for relations between all institutions and those who comprise them. We must stress once again that we are not trying to draw up perfect blueprints. It is obvious, for instance, that to collect and disseminate information is not a socially neutral function. All information cannot be disseminated. It would be the surest way of smothering what is irrelevant and rendering it incomprehensible and therefore uncontrollable. The role of any central bodies is therefore political, even in this respect. Part 4. Socialism and the transformation of work. Socialism will only be brought about by the autonomous action of the majority of the population. Socialist society is nothing other than the self-organization of this autonomy. Socialism both presupposes this autonomy and helps to develop it. But if this autonomy is people's conscious domination over all their activities. It is clear that we can't just concern ourselves with political autonomy. Political autonomy is a derivative aspect of what is the central content and problem of socialism: to institute the domination of mankind over the work process. Footnote. We deliberately say to institute and not to restore, for never in history has this domination really existed. All comparisons with historical antecedents, for instance, with the situations of the artisan or of the free peasant, however fruitful they may be in some respects, have only a limited scope and risk leading one into utopian thinking. End of footnote. A purely political autonomy would be meaningless. One can't imagine a society where people would be slaves in production every day of the week and then enjoy Sundays of political freedom. Footnote. Yet this is almost exactly what Lenin's definition of socialism as, quote, electrification plus the political power of the Soviets boiled down to. End of footnote. The idea that socialist production or a socialist economy could be run at any particular level by managers, themselves supervised by councils or Soviets or by any other body, quote, incarnating the political power of the working class, end quote, is quite nonsensical. Real power in any such society would rapidly fall into the hands of those who managed production. The councils or Soviets would rapidly wither amid the general indifference of the population. People would stop devoting time, interest, or activity to institutions which no longer really influence the pattern of their lives. Autonomy is therefore meaningless unless it implies workers' management of production, and this at the levels of the shop, of the plant, of whole industries, and of the economy as a whole. But workers' management is not just a new administrative technique. Workers' management cannot remain external to the structure of work itself. It doesn't mean keeping work as it is and just replacing the bureaucratic apparatus which currently manages production by a workers' council, however democratic or revocable such a council might be. It means that, for the mass of people, new relations will have to develop with their work and about their work. The very content of work will immediately have to alter. Today, the purpose, means, method, and rhythms of work are determined from the outside by the bureaucratic managerial apparatus. This apparatus can only manage through resort to universal, abstract rules determined, quote, once and for all, end quote. These rules cover such matters as norms of production, technical specification, rates of pay, bonuses, and how production areas will be organized. The periodic revision of these rules regularly results in, quote, crises in the organization of production. Once the bureaucratic managerial apparatus has been eliminated, this sort of structure of production will have to disappear, both in form and in content. In accord with the deepest of working class aspirations, already tentatively expressed at the highest of working class struggle, in accord with the deepest of working class aspirations, already tentatively expressed at the heights of working class struggle, production norms will be abolished altogether, and complete equality in wages will be instituted. Footnote. We are fully aware that this statement will be taken out of context, and that we will be accused of standing for the, quote, perpetuation of wage slavery, etc., end quote. For a discussion of the role of money and wages in the early stages of socialism, see Money, Wages, Value. For a discussion of how money can readily be abolished from one day to the next, see any utopian writings, i.e. any writings in which the authors substitute his/her own wishes for tendencies existing here and now within capitalist society itself. The experience of groups which have attempted to immediately abolish money has so far been one of invariable recuperation by established society. Those who had taken their wishes for reality have had reality imposed upon their wishes. End of footnote. These measures, taken together as a first step, will put an end to exploitation and to all the externally imposed constraints and coercions in production, to the extent that work will still be necessary, and this itself will be a matter of constant review by society as a whole. Work discipline will be a matter of relations between the individual work and the group which he or she works. The individual worker and the group with which he or she works. Of relations between groups of workers and the shop as a whole, and of relations between various shops and the general assembly of the factory or enterprise. Workers' management is therefore not the supervision, in quotes, of a bureaucratic managerial apparatus by representatives of the workers, nor is workers' management the replacement of this apparatus by another, formed of individuals of working class origin. Workers' management is the abolition of any separate managerial apparatus, and the restitution of the functions of such an apparatus to the community of workers. The factory council isn't a new managerial apparatus. The factory council is but one of the places in which coordination takes place, a local headquarters from which contacts between the factory and the outside world are regulated. If this is achieved, it will imply that the nature and content of work are already beginning to alter. Today, work consists essentially in obeying instructions initiated elsewhere. Workers' management will mean the reuniting of the functions of decision and execution. But even this will be insufficient, or rather, it will immediately lead on to something else. The restitution of managerial functions to the workers will inevitably lead them to tackle what is today the kernel of alienation, namely the technological structure of work, which results in work dominating the workers instead of being dominated by the workers. This problem will not be solved overnight, but this problem's solution will be the task of that historical period which we call socialism. Socialism is, first and foremost, the solution of this particular problem. Between capitalism and communism, there aren't 60 types of transitional society, as some have sought to make us believe. There is but one, socialism, and the main characteristic of socialism isn't, quote, the development of the productive forces, end quote, or, quote, the increasing satisfaction of consumer needs, end quote, or, quote, an increase of political freedom, end quote. The hallmark of socialism is the change it will bring about in the nature and content of work, through the conscious and deliberate transformation of an inherited technology. For the first time in human history, technology will be subordinated to human needs, not only to the people's needs as consumers, but also to their needs as producers. The socialist revolution will allow this process to begin. The socialist revolution's completion will mark the end. The socialist revolution will allow this process to begin. This process's completion will mark the entry of humanity into the communist era. Everything else, politics, consumption, etc., are consequences or implications which one must certainly look at in their organic unity, but which can only acquire such a unity or meaning through their relation to the key problem. the transformation of work itself. Human freedom will remain an illusion and a mystification if human freedom doesn't mean freedom in people's fundamental activity, the activity which produces, and this freedom will not be a gift bestowed by nature. This freedom will not automatically arise out of other departments. It will have to be consciously created. It will not automatically rise out of other developments. It will have to be consciously created in the analysis, that is, the content of socialism. In the last analysis, this is the content of socialism. Important practical consequences flow from all this. Changing the nature of work will be tackled from both ends. On the one hand, conditions will be created which will allow the fullest possible development of people's human capacities and faculties. This will imply the systematic dismantling, stone by stone, of the whole edifice of the division of labor. On the other hand, people have to give a whole new orientation to technical developments and how they may apply to production. These are but two aspects of the same thing, man's relation to technique. Let us start by looking at the second, more tangible point, technical development as such. As a first approximation, one could say that capitalist technology, the current application of technique to production, is rotten at the core because it doesn't help people dominate their work, its aim being the very opposite. Socialists often say that what is basically wrong with capitalist technology is that it seeks to develop production for purposes of profit, or that it develops production for production's sake, independently of human needs, people being conceived of in these arguments only as potential consumers of products. The same socialists then tell us that the purpose of socialism is to adapt production to the real consumer needs of society, both in relation to volume and to the nature of the goods produced. Of course, all this is true, and any society lies condemned in which a single child or adult goes hungry. But the more fundamental problem lies elsewhere. Capitalism does not utilize a socially neutral technology for capitalist ends. Capitalism has created a capitalist technology for its own ends, which are by no means neutral. The real essence of capitalist technology is not to develop production for production's sake. It is to subordinate and dominate the producers. Capitalist technology is primarily characterized by its drive to eliminate Capitalist technology is primarily characterized by its drive to eliminate the human element in productive labor, and in the long run to eliminate man altogether from the productive process. That here, as elsewhere, capitalism fails to fulfill its deepest tendency, that it would fall to pieces if it achieved its purpose, does not affect the argument. On the contrary, it only highlights another aspect of the crisis of the system. Capitalism cannot count on the voluntary cooperation of the producers. On the contrary, capitalism has constantly to face the producers' hostility, or at best indifference. That is why it is essential for the machine to impose its rhythm on the work process. Where this isn't possible, capitalism seeks at least to measure the work performed. In every productive process, work must, therefore, be definable, quantifiable, controllable from the outside. As long as capitalism can't dispense with workers altogether, capitalism has to make them as interchangeable as possible, and to reduce their work to its simplest expression, that of unskilled labor. There is no conscious conspiracy or plot behind all this. There is only a process of, quote, natural selection, end quote, affecting technical inventions as they are applied to industry. Some are preferred to others and are, on the whole, more widely utilized. These are the ones which slot in with capitalism's basic need to deal with labor power as a measurable, controllable, and interchangeable commodity. There is no capitalist chemistry or capitalist physics as such. but there is certainly a capitalist technology, if by this one means that of the spectrum of techniques available at a given point in time, and which is determined by the development of science, a given group or band will be selected. From the moment the development of science permits a choice of several possible techniques, a society will regularly choose those methods which have a meaning for it, which are rational in the light of its own class rationality. But the, quote, rationality of an exploiting society is not the rationality of socialism. Footnote. Academic economists have analyzed the fact that of several technically feasible possibilities, certain ones are chosen, and these choices lead to a particular pattern of technology applied in real life, which seems to concretize the technique of a given period. See, for instance, Joan Robinson's The Accumulation of Capital. But in these analyses, the choice is always presented as flowing from considerations of, quote, profitability, and in particular from the, quote, relative costs of capital and labor, end quote. This abstract viewpoint has little effect on the reality of industrial evolution. Marx, on the other hand, underlies the social content of machine-dominated industry, its enslaving function. End of footnote. The conscious transformation of technology will, therefore, be a central task of a society of free workers. Marx, as is well known, was the first to go beyond the surface of the economic phenomenon of capitalism, such as the market, competition, distribution, etc., and to tackle the analysis of the key area of capitalist social relations, the concrete relations of production in the capitalist factory. But Volume 1 of Capital is still awaiting completion. The most striking feature of the degeneration of the Marxist movement is that this particular concern of Marx's, the most fundamental of all, was soon abandoned, even by the best of Marxists, in favor of analysis of the, quote, important, end quote, phenomenon. Through this very fact, these analyses were either totally distorted or found themselves dealing with very partial aspects of reality, thereby leading to judgments that proved catastrophically wrong. Thus, it is striking to see Rosa Luxemburg devote 2 important volumes to the accumulation of capital, in which she totally ignores what this process of accumulation really means to the relations of production. Her concern in these volumes was solely about the possibility of a global equilibrium between production and consumption, and she was finally led to believe she had discovered a process of automatic collapse of capitalism. An idea, needless to say, concretely false and a priori absurd. It is just as striking to see Lenin, in his Imperialism, start from the correct and fundamental observation that the concentration of capital has reached the stage of the domination of monopolies, and yet neglect the transformation of the relations of production in the capitalist factory, which results precisely from such a concentration, and ignore the crucial phenomenon of the constitution of an enormous apparatus managing production, which was henceforth to incarnate exploitation. He preferred to see the main consequences of the concentration of capital in the transformation of capitalists into coupon-clipping rentiers. The working class movement is still paying the price of the consequences of this way of looking at things. Insofar as ideas play a role in history, Khrushchev is in power in Russia as a byproduct of the conception that exploitation can only take the form of coupon clipping. But we must go further back still. We must go back to Marx himself. Marx threw a great deal of light on the alienation of the producer in the course of capitalist production, and on the enslavement of man by the mechanical universe he had created. But Marx's analysis is at times incomplete, in that he sees but alienation in all this. in Capital, as opposed to Marx's early writings, it is not brought out that the worker is and can only be the positive vehicle of capitalist production, which is obliged to base itself on him as such, and to develop him as such, while simultaneously seeking to reduce him to an automaton, and at the limit, to drive him out of production altogether. Because of this, the analysis fails to perceive that the prime crisis of capitalism is the crisis in production, due to the simultaneous existence of two contradictory tendencies, neither of which could disappear without the whole system collapsing. Marx shows in Capitalism, quote, despotism in the workshop and anarchy in society, end quote, instead of seeing it as both despotism and anarchy in both workshop and society. This leads him to look for the crisis of capitalism, not in production itself, except insofar as capitalist production develops, quote, oppression, misery, degeneration, but also revolt, end quote, and the numerical strength and discipline of the proletariat, but in such factors as overproduction and the fall in the rate of profit. Marx fails to see that as long as this type of work persists, this crisis will persist with all it entails. And this, whatever the system, not only of property, but whatever the nature of the state, and finally, whatever even the system of management of production. In certain passages of Capital, Marx is thus led to see in modern production only the fact that the producer is mutilated and reduced to a, quote, fragment of a man, end quote, which is true as much as the contrary. Footnote. In other words, abilities, know-how, and awareness are developed in production. End of footnote. And what is more serious, to think this aspect to link this aspect of modern production, and finally to production as such, instead of linking it to capitalist technology. Marx implies that the basis of this state of affairs is modern production as such, a stage in the development of technique about which nothing can be done, the famous, quote, realm of necessity, end quote. Thus the taking over of society by the producers, socialism, at times comes to mean for Marx only an external change in the political and economic management, a change that would leave intact the structure of work and simply reform its more, quote, inhuman, end quote, aspects. This idea is clearly expressed in the famous passage of Volume 3 of Capital, where, speaking of socialist society, Marx says, quote, in fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases. Thus, in the very nature of things, it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control instead of being ruled by it, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to and worthy of their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with the realm of necessity, with this realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. End quote. Marx. If it is true that the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases, it is strange to read from the pen of the man who wrote that, quote, industry was the open book of human faculties, end quote, that freedom could, quote, thus, end quote, only be found outside of work. The proper conclusion which Marx himself draws in certain other places is that the realm of freedom starts when work becomes free activity, both in what motivates work and in work's content. In the dominant concept, however, freedom is what isn't work. Freedom is what surrounds work. Freedom is either, quote, free time, end quote, reduction of the working day, or, quote, rational regulation, end quote, common control, end quote, of exchange with nature, which minimize human effort and preserve human dignity. In this perspective, the reduction of the working day certainly becomes a, quote, basic prerequisite, end quote, as mankind would finally only be free in its leisure. The reduction of the working day is in fact important not for this reason, however, but to allow people to achieve a balance between their various types of activity. And at the limit, the ideal, communism, isn't the reduction of the working day to zero, but the free determination by all of the nature and extent of their work. Socialist society will be able to reduce the length of the working day, and will have to do so, but this will not be its fundamental preoccupation. Socialist society's first task will be to tackle the, quote, realm of necessity, end quote, as such, to transform the very nature of work. The problem is not to leave more and more, quote, free, unquote, time to individuals, which might well only be empty time, so that they may fill it at all with poetry or the carving of wood. The problem is to make of all time a time of liberty and to allow concrete freedom to find expression in creative activity. The problem is to put poetry into work, end quote. Footnote. Strictly speaking, poetry means creation. End footnote. Production isn't something negative that has to be limited as much as possible for mankind to fulfill itself in its leisure. The institution of autonomy is also, and in the first place, the institution of autonomy in work. Underlying the idea that freedom is to be found, quote, outside the realm of material production proper, end quote, there lies a double error. Firstly, that the very nature of technique and of modern production renders inevitable the domination of the productive process over the producer in the course of his work. Secondly, that technology, and in particular modern technology, follows an autonomous development. Before which one can only bow. This modern technology would, moreover, possess the double attribute of, on the one hand, constantly reducing the human role in production, and on the other hand, of constantly increasing the productivity of labor. From these two inexplicably combined attributes would result a miraculous dialectic of technological progress. More and more a slave in the course of work, man would be in a position enormously to reduce the length of work, if only he or she could organize society rationally. We have already shown, however, that there is no autonomous development of technology. Of the sum total of technologies which scientific development makes possible at any given point in time, capitalist society brings to fulfillment those which correspond most closely with its class nature. Of the sum of total technologies which scientific development makes possible at any given point in time, Capitalist society brings to fulfillment those which correspond most closely to its class nature, which permit capital best to struggle against labor. It is generally believed that the application of this or that invention to production depends on its economic, quote, profitability, end quote. But there is no such thing as a neutral, quote, profitability, end quote. The class struggle in the factory is the main factor determining, quote, profitability. A given invention will be preferred to another by a factory management if, other things being equal, it enhances the, quote, independent, end quote, progress of production, freeing it from interference by the workers. The increasing enslavement of people in production flows essentially from this process, and not from some mysterious curse inherent in a given phase of technological development. There is, moreover, no magic dialectic of slavery and productivity. Productivity increases in relation to the enormous scientific and technical development which is at the basis of modern production, and it increases despite the slavery and not because of the slavery. Slavery implies an enormous waste, due to the fact that people only contribute an infinitesimal fraction of their capacities to production. We are passing no a priori judgment on what these capacities might be, however low they may estimate it. The manager of Ford and the security of the Russian Communist Party would have to admit that their own particular ways of organizing production only tapped an infinitesimal fraction of this potential. Socialist society will therefore not be afflicted with any kind of technological curse. Having abolished bureaucratic capitalist relations, it will tackle at the same time the technological structure of production, which is both the basis of these relationships and their ever-renewed product. One, the Factory Council. Possible composition and procedures. Delegates from various shops, departments, and offices of a given enterprise, say one delegate per 100 or 200 workers. All delegates elected and immediately revocable by the body they represent. Most delegates remain at their jobs. A rotating minority would ensure continuity. Factory council meets, say, 1 or 2 half-days each week. Suggested functions of the factory council: coordination between shops, departments, and offices of a given enterprise, maintenance of relations with other economic organizations, whether in the same industry, vertical cooperation, or same locality, horizontal cooperation, maintenance of relations with outside world in general, determination of how to achieve given production target given the general means allocated by the plan, organization of work in each shop or department, eventually changes in the structure of the means of production. 2. The General Assembly. Includes all those who work in a given enterprise. The General Assembly is the highest decision-making body for all problems relating to the factory as a whole. The General Assembly meets regularly, say 2 days a month, or more often, if meeting wanted by a specified number of workers, delegates, or shops. The General Assembly decides on questions to be submitted to Factory Council for further elaboration, discussion, etc. Amends, rejects, refers back, or endorses all but routine decisions of the Factory Council. Elects delegates who remain at work to the Central Assembly of Delegates. Footnote. Many of the, quote, delegation tasks, end quote, can be handled by a secured internet and satellite connectivity. Workers' management, the factory. A. Functions. It is well known that workers can organize their own work at the level of a workshop or part of a factory. Bourgeois industrial sociologists not only recognize this fact, but point out that, quote, primary groups, end quote, of workers often get on with their job better if management leaves them alone and doesn't constantly try to insert itself into the production process. How can the work of these various, quote, primary groups, end quote, or of various shops and sections be coordinated? Bourgeois theoreticians stress that the present management apparatus, whose formal job it is to ensure such a coordination, is not really up to the task. It has no real grip on the workers, and is itself torn by internal stresses. But having, quote, demolished, end quote, the present setup by their criticisms, modern industrial sociologists have nothing to put in its place, and as beyond the primary organization of production, there has to be a, quote, secondary organization. They finally fall back on the existing bureaucratic apparatus, exhorting the existing bureaucratic apparatus to, quote, understand, end quote, quote, to improve itself, end quote, quote, to trust people more, end quote, etc., etc. The same can be said of, quote, reformed, end quote, or, quote, de-Stalinized, end quote, leaders in the Eastern Bloc. What no one seems prepared to recognize or even to admit is the capacity of working people to manage their own affairs outside of a very narrow radius. The bureaucratic mind cannot see in the mass of people employed in factories or office an active subject capable of managing and organizing. In the eyes of those in authority, both East and West, as soon as one gets beyond a group of 10, 15, or 20 individuals, the crowd begins. The mob, the thousand-headed hydra that can't act collectively, or that could only act collectively in a display of collective delirium or hysteria. They believe that only a specially evolved managerial apparatus, endowed, of course, with coercive functions, can dominate and control this mass. But such are the muddles and shortcomings of the present managerial apparatus that even today workers, or, quote, primary groups, end quote, are obliged to take on quite a number of coordinating tasks. Moreover, historical experience shows that the working class is quite capable of managing whole enterprises. In Spain in 1936 and 37, workers ran the factories. In Budapest in 1956, big bakeries employing hundreds of workers carried on during and immediately after the insurrection. They worked better than even before under worker self-management. Many such examples could be quoted. The most useful way of discussing this problem is not to weigh up, in the abstract, the, quote, managerial capacities, end quote, of the working class. The most useful way of discussing this problem is to disentangle the specific functions of the present managerial apparatus, and see which functions under socialism could be discarded and which would need to be altered and in what direction be altered. Present managerial functions are of four main types, and we will discuss them in turn. Management function 1. Coercive functions. These functions and the jobs which go with them, supervisors, foremen, part of the personnel department, would be done away with purely and simply. Each group of workers would be quite capable of disciplining itself. It would also be capable of granting momentary authority from time to people drawn from its own ranks, should it feel this to be needed for the carrying out of a particular job. Function 2, administrative functions. These relate to jobs, most of which are now carried out in the offices. Among the administrative functions are accountancy and the commercial and, quote, general services of the enterprise. The development of modern production has fragmented and socialized this work, such as it has done to production itself. 9/10 of people working in offices attached to factories carry out tasks of execution. Throughout their life, they will do little else. Important changes will have to be brought about here. The capitalist structure of the factory generally results in considerable overstaffing of these areas, and a socialist reorganization would probably result in a big economy of labor in these fields. Some of these departments would not only diminish in size, but would witness a radical transformation of their functions. In the last few years, quote, commercial sections, end quote, have everywhere grown enormously. In a planned socialist economy, these, quote, commercial sections, end quote, would be mainly concerned with, on the one hand, obtaining supplies, and on the other, with deliveries. These sections would be in contact with similar departments in supply factories and with stores distributing to consumers. Once the necessary transformations had been brought about, offices would be considered workshops like any others. They could organize their own work and would relate for purposes of coordination with the other shops of the factory. They would enjoy no particular rights by virtue of the nature of their work. They have, in fact, no such rights today, and it is a result of other factors, the division between manual and, quote, intellectual, end quote, work, the more pronounced hierarchy in offices, etc., that persons from among the office staff may find their way into the ranks of management. 3. Technical functions of management. These are at present carried out by people ranging from consultant engineers to draftsmen. Here too, modern industry has created collectives in which work is divided up and socialized, and in which 90% of those involved do just as they're told. But while pointing this out in relation to what goes on within these particular departments, we must recognize that these departments carry out managerial functions in relation to the production areas. Once production targets have been defined, it is this collective technical apparatus which selects ways and means, looks into the necessary changes in tooling, determines the sequence and the details of various operations, etc. In theory, the production areas merely carry out the instructions issued from the technical departments. Under the conditions of modern mass production, a complete separation certainly exists between those who draw up the plans and those who have to carry them out. Up to a point, all this is based on something real. Today, both specialization and technical and scientific competence are the privilege of a minority. But it doesn't follow in the least that the best way of using this expertise would be to leave to, quote, experts, end quote, the right to decide the whole of production. Competence is almost by definition restricted in its scope. Outside of his or her particular sector, or of the particular process which he or she knows, the technician is no better equipped to take a responsible decision than anyone else. Even within his or her own field, his or her viewpoint is often limited. He or she will often know little of the other sectors and may tend to minimize their importance, although their sectors may have a definite bearing on all these sectors have a definite bearing on his own. He or she will often know little of other sectors and may tend to minimize their importance, although these sectors have a definite bearing on his own. Moreover, and this is more important, the technician is separated from the real process of production. Will such cooperation work smoothly? There is no intrinsic reason why unsurmountable obstacles should arise. The workers will have no interest in challenging the answers which the technician in his capacity as technician may give to purely technical problems. And if there are disagreements, these will rapidly be resolved in practice. The field of production allows of almost immediate verification of what this or that person produces. The field of production allows of almost immediate verification of what this or that person proposes. That for this or that job or tool, this or that type of that for this or that type of job, this or that type of metal would be preferable, given a certain state of knowledge and certain conditions of production, will seldom be a matter for controversy. But the answers provided by technique only establish a general framework. They only suggest some of the elements which will, in practice, influence production. Within this given framework, there will probably be a number of ways of organizing a particular job. The choice will have to take into account, on the one hand, certain general considerations of, quote, economy of labor, of energy, of raw materials, of plant, and on the other hand, and this is much more important, considerations relating to the fate of man in production. And on these questions, by definition, the only people who can decide are those directly involved. In this area, the specific competence of the technician as a technician isn't nil. Footnote. In other words, what we are challenging is the whole concept of technique capable of organizing people from the outside. Such an idea is as absurd as the idea of psychoanalysis, in which the patient would not appear, which would be just a technique in the hands of the analyst. The ultimate organization of production can therefore only be vested in the hands of producers themselves. The producers will obviously take into account various technical points suggested by competent technicians. In fact, there will probably be a constant to and fro, if only because the producers themselves will envisage new ways of organizing the manufacture of products. These suggestions will pose new technical problems about which the technicians will, in turn, have to put forward their comments and evaluations before a joint decision could be taken, quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts. end quote. But the decision, in this case as in others, will be in the hands of the producers, including the technicians, of giving shop if it only affects a shop, or of the factory as a whole, it is if it affects the whole factory. The roots of possible conflict between workers and technicians would therefore not be technical. If such a conflict emerged, it would be a social conflict, arising from a possible tendency of the technicians to assume a dominating role, thereby constituting anew a bureaucratic managerial apparatus. What would be the strength and possible evolution of such a tendency? We can't here discuss the problem in any depth. We can only re-emphasize that technicians don't constitute a majority, or even an essential part, of the upper strata of modern economic or political management. Incidentally, to become aware of this fact helps one see through the mystifying character of arguments which seek to prove that ordinary people cannot manage production because they lack the, quote, necessary technical capacity, end quote. The vast majority of technicians only occupy subordinate positions. They only carry out a divided work and instruct on instructions from above. Those technicians who have, quote, reached the top, end quote, are not there as technicians, but as managers or organizers. Modern capitalism is bureaucratic capitalism. It isn't and never will be a technocratic capitalism. The concept of technocracy is an empty generalization of superficial sociologists, or a daydream of technicians confronted with their own impotence and with the absurdity of the present system. Technicians don't constitute a class. From the formal point of view, they are just a category of wage earners. The evolution of modern capitalism, by increasing their numbers and by transforming them into people who carry out fragmented and interchangeable work, tends to drive them closer to the working class. Counteracting these tendencies, it is true, are their position in the wage and status hierarchies, and also the scanty chances still open to them of, quote, moving up. But these channels are gradually being closed as the number of technicians increases and as bureaucratization spreads within their own ranks. In parallel with all this, a revolt develops among them as they confront the irrationalities of bureaucratic capitalism and experience increasing difficulties in giving free rein to their capacities for creative or meaningful work. Some technicians already at the top, or on their way there, will side squarely with exploiting society. They will, however, be opposed by a growing minority of disaffected colleagues, ready to work with others in overthrowing the system. In the middle, of course, there will be the great majority of technicians today apathetically accepting their status of slightly privileged employees. Their present conservatism suggests that they would not risk a conflict with real power, whatever its nature. The evolution of events may even radicalize them. It is therefore most probable that workers' power in the factory, after having swept aside a small number of technical bureaucrats, will find support in a substantial number of other technicians. It should succeed without major conflict in integrating the remainder into the corporate cooperative network of the factory. Excuse me. Fourth managerial function, or the truly managerial functions. The people, quote, consulted, end quote, by a company chairman or managing director before he or she takes an important decision, usually number less than a dozen. even in the most important firms. This very narrow stratum of management has two main tasks. On the one hand, it has to make decisions concerning investment, stocks, outputs, etc., in relation to market fluctuation and to long-term prospects. On the other hand, it has to, quote, coordinate, end quote, the various departments of the firm, seeking to iron out differences between various segments of the bureaucratic apparatus. Some of these functions would disappear altogether in a planned economy, in particular all those related to fluctuations of the market. Others would be considerably reduced. Coordinating the different shops of a factory would be much easier if the producers organized their own work, and if different groups or shops or departments could directly contact each other. Still other functions might be enhanced, such as genuine discussions of what might be possible in the future, or how to do things, or about the present or future role of the enterprise in the overall development of the economy. Institutions. Under socialism, managerial tasks at factory level could be carried out by two bodies. Body A, the Factory Council, composed of delegates from the various shops and offices, all of them elected and instantly revocable. In an enterprise of, say, 5,000 to 10,000 workers, such a council might number 30 to 50 people. The delegates would remain at their jobs. The delegates would meet in full session as often as experience proved it necessary, probably on 1 or 2 half-days a week. They would report back continuously to their workmates in shop or office, and would anyway probably have discussed all important matters with them previously. Rotating groups of delegates would ensure continuity. One of the main tasks of a factory council would be to ensure liaison and to act as a continuous regulating locus between the factory and the, quote, outside world, end quote. Body 2, the General Assembly. Of all those who work in the plant, whether manual workers, office workers, or technicians, this would be the highest decision-making body for all problems concerning the factory as a whole. Differences between different sectors would be thrashed out at this level. This General Assembly would embody the restoration of direct democracy into what should, in modern society, be its basic unit, the place of work. The Assembly would have to ratify all but routine decisions of the Factory Council. It would be empowered to question, challenge, amend, reject, or endorse any decision taken by the Council. The General Assembly will itself decide on all sorts of questions to be submitted to the Council. The Assembly would meet regularly, say on 1 or 2 days each month. There would, in addition, exist procedures for calling such General Assemblies if this was wanted by a given number of workers or of shops or of delegates. For summaries of the composition and function of these bodies and of their relations with other basic units, see Basic Units 1, Basic Units 2, the Factory Council and General Assembly, and Council, Central Assembly Delegates, Central Assembly of Delegates. Part 5. The content of workers' management at factory level. It will help us to discuss this problem if we, rather schematically, differentiate between the static and the dynamic aspects of workers' management, between what will be immediately possible at the very onset of socialist production and what will become possible after a relatively short interval as socialist production develops and as human domination over all stages of the productive process rapidly increases. For the sake of clarity, we will first describe workers' management at factory level in a static way. We will then consider how it will develop, and how this develops itself will constantly expand the areas of local freedom. We will then consider how it will develop and how this development itself will constantly expand the areas of local freedom. Immediate content. Looked at in a static way, the overall plan might allocate to a given enterprise a target to be achieved within a given time. We will examine further on how such targets might be determined under conditions of genuinely democratic planning. The general means to be allocated to the enterprise to achieve its target would also be broadly outlined by the plan. For example, the plan might decide that the annual production of a given factory should be so many fridges, and that for this purpose such and such a quantity of raw material, power, machinery, etc., should be made available. Seen from this angle, workers' management implies that the workers' collective will itself be responsible for deciding how a proposed target could best be achieved given the general means available. The task corresponds to the, quote, positive functions of the present narrowly based managerial apparatus, which will have been superseded. The workers will determine the organization of their work in each shop or department. They will ensure coordination between shops. This will take place through direct contacts whenever it is a question of routine problems or of shops engaged in closely related aspects of the productive process. If more important matters arose, they would be discussed and solved by meetings of delegates or by joint gatherings of workers of two or more shops or sections. The overall coordination of the work would be undertaken by the factory council and by the General Assembly of the factory. Relations with the rest of the economy, as already stated, would be in the hands of the factory council. As the whole thing becomes real in the hands of the workers of a given plant, a certain, quote, give and take, end quote, will undoubtedly occur between, quote, target set and, quote, means to be used. It must be remembered, however, that these, quote, means are usually the product of some other factory. Quote, target set and, quote, means of production available for achieving them, end quote, do not, however, between them, rigidly or exhaustively define all the possible methods that could be used. Spelling these methods out in detail and in deciding exactly how an objective will be achieved given certain material conditions will be the area in which workers' management will first operate. It is an important field, but a limited field, and it is essential to be fully aware of its limitations. These limitations stem from and define the framework in which the new type of production will have to start. It will be the task of socialist production constantly to expand this framework and constantly to push back these limitations on autonomy. Autonomy, envisaged in this static way, is limited, first of all, in relation to the fixing of targets. True, the workers of a given enterprise will participate in determining the target of their factory, insofar as workers participate in the elaboration of the overall plan, but they are not in total or sole control of the objectives. In a modern economy, where the production of most enterprises both conditions and is conditioned by that of others, the determination of coherent targets cannot, as a rule, be vested in individual enterprises acting in isolation. It must be undertaken by and for a number of enterprises, general viewpoints prevailing over particular ones. We will return to this point later. Initial autonomy will also be limited in relation to available material means. The workers of a given enterprise cannot autonomously determine the means of production they would prefer to use. for these are but the products of other enterprises or factories. Total autonomy for every factory, in relation to means, would imply that each factory could determine the output of all the others. These various autonomies would immediately neutralize one another. This limitation is, however, a less rigid one than the first, the limitation in relation to targets. Alterations of its own equipment proposed by the user factory might often be accommodated by the producer factory without the latter saddling itself with a heavy extra load. On a small scale, this happens even today in integrated engineering factories, car factories for instance, where a substantial part of the tooling utilized in one shop may be made in another shop of the same factory. Close cooperation between plants makes machining tools and plants using them. Close cooperation between plants making machine tools and plants using them could quickly lead to considerable changes in the means of production actually used. Subsequent possibilities. Let us now look at workers' management at factory level as it might develop, i.e., in its dynamic aspect. How would it contribute to transforming socialist production, i.e., to its primary objective? Everything we have suggested so far will now have to be looked at again. The limits of autonomy will be found to have widened very considerably. A change will be most obvious in relation to the means of production. Socialist society will immediately get to grips with the problem of a conscious attack on the technology inherited from capitalism. Under capitalism, the means of production are planned and made independently of the user and of the user's preferences. Manufacturers, of course, pretend to take the user's viewpoint into account, but this has little to do with the real user, the worker on the shop floor. But equipment is made to be productively used. The viewpoint of the, quote, productive consumers, end quote, i.e. of those who will use the equipment to produce the goods, is of primary importance, as the views of those who make the equipment are also important. The problem of the structure of the means of production will only be solved by the living cooperation of these two categories of workers. In an integrated factory, this would mean permanent liaison between the corresponding shops. At the level of the economy as a whole, it would take place through normal, permanent contacts between factories and between sectors of production. Footnote: this problem is distinct from that of overall planning. General planning is concerned with determining a quantitative framework. So much steel and so many hours of labor at one end, so many consumer goods at the other. It does not have to intervene in the form or type of the intermediate products. This cooperation will take two forms: choosing and popularizing the best methods, and rationalizing and extending their use will be achieved through the horizontal cooperation of councils organized according to branch or sector of industry. For instance, textiles, the chemical industry, building, engineering, electrical supply, etc. On the other hand, the integration of the viewpoints of those who make and those who utilize equipment, or more generally, of those who make and those who utilize intermediate products, will require the vertical cooperation of councils representing the different stages of a productive process: steel industry, machine tool industry, and engineering industry, for instance. In both cases, the cooperation will need to find embodiment in stable forms, such as committees of factory council representatives, or wide conferences of producers, organized both horizontally and vertically. There would be room for extreme flexibility in many new forms will almost certainly evolve. Considering the problem from this dynamic angle, which in the last resort is the really fundamental one can see at once that the areas of autonomy have considerably expanded, already at the level of individual factories, but more significantly at the level of cooperation between factories. The producers are beginning to influence the structure of the means of production. They are thereby reaching a position where they are beginning to dominate the work process. They are not only determining its methods, but are now also modifying its technological structure. This fact now begins to alter what we have just said about targets. 3/4 of modern production consist of intermediate products, of means of production in the widest sense. When producers decide about the means of production, producers are participating in a very direct and immediate way in decisions about the targets of production. The remaining limitation, and it is an important one, flows from the fact that these means of production, whatever their exact nature, are destined, in the last analysis, to produce consumer goods, and the overall value of these can only be determined in general terms by the plan. The overall volume of these can only be determined in general by the plan. But even here, looking at things dynamically radically alters one's vision. Modern consumption is characterized by the constant appearance of new products. Factories producing consumer goods will conceive of, receive suggestions about, study, and finally produce such products. This raises the wider problem of contact between producers and consumers. Capitalist society rests on a complete separation of these two aspects of human activity and on the exploitation of the consumer. This isn't just monetary exploitation through overcharging. Capitalism claims that it can satisfy people's needs better than any other system in history, but in fact, capitalism influences both these needs themselves and the methods of satisfying those needs. Consumer preference can be manipulated by modern sales techniques. The division between producers and consumers appears most glaringly in relation to the quality of goods. This problem is insoluble in any exploiting society. Those who only look at the surface of things only see a commodity as a commodity. They don't see in the commodity a crystallized moment of the class struggle. They see faults or defects as just faults or defects instead of seeing in them the resultant of a constant struggle between the worker and himself. Could I do it better? Why should I? I'm just paid to get on with the job. Faults or defects embody struggles between the worker and exploitation. Faults or defects also embody squabbles between different sections of the bureaucracy managing the plant. The elimination of exploitation will of itself bring about a change in all this. At work, people will begin to assert their claims as future consumers of what they are producing. In its early phases, socialist society will, however, probably have to institute forms of contact other than the market between producers and consumers. We have assumed, as a starting point for all this, the division of labor inherited from capitalism. But we have also said that socialist society would, from the very beginning, have to tackle this division. This is an enormous subject that we can't even begin to deal with in this text. The basis of this task can, however, be seen even today. Modern production has destroyed many traditional professional qualifications. It has created many automatic or semi-automatic machines. It has thereby itself subverted the traditional framework of the industrial division of labor. It is tending to produce a universal worker, capable after a relatively short apprenticeship of using most of the existing machines. Once one gets beyond its class aspects, the, quote, posting of workers to particular jobs in a big modern factory corresponds less and less to a genuine division of labor and more to a simple division of tasks. Workers are not allocated to given areas of the productive process because of their, quote, professional skills. Invariably corresponds to, quote, skills required by management. Workers are not allocated to given areas of the productive process because their, quote, professional skills invariably correspond to the, quote, skills required by management. Workers are often placed here rather than there because putting a particular worker in a particular place at a particular time happens to suit the personnel officer or the foreman, or more prosaically, just because a particular vacancy happened to be going. Or more prosaically, just because a particular vacancy happened to be going. Under socialism, factories would have no reason to accept the rigid division of labor now prevailing. There will be every reason to encourage a rotation of workers between shops and departments, and between production and office areas. Such a rotation will greatly help workers to manage production, quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote. More and more workers will have become familiar at first hand with what goes on where they work. The same applies to rotation of work between various enterprises and, in particular, between producing and utilizing units. The residues of capitalism's division of labor will have gradually to be eliminated. This overlaps with the general problem of education not only of the new generations, but of those adults brought up under the previous system. We can't go into this problem here. Part 7. General problems of socialist economy. A. Simplification and rationalization of data. Socialist economy implies that the producers themselves will consciously manage all economic activity. This management will be exercised at all levels, and in particular at the overall or central level. It is illusory to believe that bureaucracies, even, quote, controlled bureaucracies, left to themselves could guide the economy towards socialism. Such bureaucracies could only lead society towards new forms of exploitation. It is also wrong to think that, quote, automatic, objective mechanisms could be established, which, like the automatic pilots of a modern jet aircraft, could at each moment direct the economy in the desired direction. The same impossibilities arise whether one considers a, quote, enlightened bureaucracy or some electronic supercomputer, namely that the key problems are human ones. Any plan presupposes a fundamental decision on the rate of growth of the economy, and this in turn depends essentially on human decisions concerning the distribution of the social product between investment and consumption. Footnote. One might add that the rate of economic growth also depends, A, on technological progress, but such technical progress is itself critically dependent on the amounts invested directly or indirectly in research. B, on the evolution of the productivity of labor, but this hinges on the amount of capital invested per worker and on the level of technique, which two factors again bring us back to investment. More significantly, the productivity of labor depends on the producer's attitude to the economy. This in turn would center on people's attitude to the plan, on how the plan's targets were established, on their own involvement in sense of identification with the decisions reached, and in general on factors discussed in this text. End of footnote. No objective rationality can determine such a distribution. A decision to invest 10% of the total social product is neither more nor less rational than a decision to invest 90% of it. The only rationality in the matter is the choice people make about their own fate, in full knowledge of the relevant facts. The fixing of planned targets by those who will have to fulfill them, the fixing of planned targets by those who will have to fulfill those targets, in the last analysis, the only guarantee of their willing and spontaneous participation. The fixing of planned targets by those who will have to fill them is, in the last analysis, the only guarantee of their willing and spontaneous participation. But this doesn't mean that the plan and the management of the economy are, quote, just political matters, end quote. Socialist planning will base itself on certain rational technical factors. Socialist planning is in fact the only type of planning which could integrate such factors into a conscious management of the economy. These factors consist of a number of extremely useful and effective, quote, labor-saving and, quote, thought-saving devices, which can be used to simplify the representation of the economy and of its interrelations, thereby allowing the problems of central economic management to be made accessible to all. Workers' management of production, this time at the level of the economy as a whole, and not just at the level of a particular factory, will only be possible if the fundamental decisions have been enormously simplified, so that the producers and their collective institutions are in a position to judge the key issues in an informed way. What is needed, in other words, is for the vast current chaos of economic facts and the relations to be boiled down to certain propositions, which adequately sum up the real problems and choices. These propositions should be few in number. The propositions should be easy to grasp. The propositions should summarize reality without distortion or mystification. If they can do this, they will form an adequate basis for meaningful judgments. A condensation of such a type is possible. Firstly, because there are rational ingredients to the economy, and secondly, because there exist already today certain techniques allowing one to grasp the complexities of economic reality, and finally, because it is now possible to mechanize and to automate all that does not pertain to human decisions in the strict sense. A discussion of the relevant devices, techniques, and possibilities is therefore essential as from now. They enable us to carry out a vast clearing of the ground, without which workers' management would collapse under the weight of the very subject matter it sought to deal with. Such a discussion is in no sense a purely technical discussion, and at each stage of it, we will be guided by the general principles already outlined. The plan factory. A plan of production, whether it deals with one factory or with the economy as a whole, resembles a reasoning. It can be boiled down to two premises and to one conclusion. The two premises are the material means one disposes of at the onset, equipment, stocks, labor, etc., and the target one is aiming at, production of so many specified objects, to be brought about within this or that period of time. We will refer to these premises as, quote, the initial conditions and the, quote, ultimate targets. The conclusion is the path to be followed to pass from initial condition to ultimate target. In practice, this means a certain number of intermediate products to be made within a given period, We will call these conclusions the intermediate targets. When passing from simple initial conditions to simple ultimate target, the intermediate targets can be determined quickly. As the initial conditions or the ultimate target or both become more complex or are more spread out in time, the establishment of intermediate targets becomes more difficult. In the case of the economy as a whole, where there are thousands of different products, several of which can be made by different processes, and where the manufacture of any given category of products often directly or indirectly involves many others, one might imagine the complexity to be such that rational planning, in the sense of an a priori determination of the intermediate targets, given the initial conditions and ultimate target, would be impossible. The apologists of, quote, private enterprise have been proclaiming this doctrine for ages, but it isn't true. Footnote. Bureaucratic planning, as carried out in Russia and the Eastern European countries, proves nothing one way or the other. It is just as irrational and just as wasteful. The waste is both external, the wrong decisions being taken, and internal, brought about by the resistance of the workers to production. End of footnote. The problem can be solved, and available mathematical techniques in fact allow it to be solved remarkably simply. Once the, quote, initial conditions are known, and the, quote, ultimate targets have been consciously and democratically determined, the whole content of planning, the determination of the intermediate targets, can be reduced to a purely technical task of execution, capable of being mechanized and automated to a very high degree. The basis of the new methods is the concept of the total interdependence of all sectors of the economy. The fact that everything that one sector utilizes in production is itself the product of one or more other sectors, and the converse fact that every product of a given sector will ultimately be utilized or consummated by one or more other sectors. The idea, which goes back to École and which formed the basis of Marxist theory of accumulation, has been vastly developed in the last few years by a group of American economists around Wassily Leontief, who have succeeded in giving it a statistical formulation. The interdependence is such that, at any given moment, the idea, which goes back to École and which formed the basis of Marxist theory of accumulation, has been vastly developed in the last few years by a group of American economists around Wassily Leontief, who have succeeded in giving it a statistical formulation. Footnote. The field is in constant expansion. However, the starting points remain the following. Wassily Leontief, The Structure of American Economy, an empirical application of equilibrium analysis. End of footnote. The interdependence is such that at any given moment, for a given level of technique and a given structure of available equipment, the production of each sector is related in a relatively stable manner to the products of other sectors which the first sector utilizes, consumes The interdependence is such that at any given moment, for a given level of technique and a given structure of available equipment, the production of each sector is related in a relatively stable manner to the products of other sectors which the first sector utilizes or consumes productively. In quotes. It is easy to grasp that a given quantity of coal is needed to produce a ton of steel of a given type. Moreover, one will need so much scrap metal or so much iron ore so many hours of labor, such and such an expenditure on upkeep and repairs, the ratio coal used, steel produced, expressed in terms of value, is known as the, quote, current technical coefficient, end quote, determining the productive consumption of coal per unit of steel turned out. If one wants to increase steel production beyond a certain point, it won't help just to go on delivering more coal or more scrap metal to the existing steel mill. New mills will have to be built, or one will have to increase the productive capacity of existing mills. To increase steel output by a given amount, one will have to produce a given amount of specified equipment. The ratio, quote, given amount of specified equipment, steel producing capacity per given period, end quote, again expressed in terms of value, is known as the, quote, technical coefficient of capital, end quote. It determines the quantity of capital utilized per unit of steel produced in a given period. One could stop at this point if one were only dealing with a single enterprise. Every firm bases itself on calculations of this kind. In fact, on much more detailed ones. When having decided to produce so much, or to increase its production by so much, it buys raw materials, orders machinery, or recruits labor. But when one looks at the economy as a whole, things change. The interdependence of the various sectors has definite consequences. The increase of production of a given sector has repercussions of varying intensity on all other sectors, and finally, on the initial sector itself. For example, an increase in the production of steel immediately requires an increase in the production of coal. But this requires both an increase in certain types of mining equipment and the recruitment of more labor into mining. The increased demand for mining equipment, in turn, requires more steel and more labor in the steel mills. This in turn leads to a demand for still more coal, etc., etc. The use of Vasily Leontief's matrices, combined with other modern methods such as Koopman's, quote, activity analysis, of which, quote, operational research is a specific instance, would, in the case of a socialist planned economy, allow theoretically exact answers to be given to questions of this type. Footnote. It's just sources. And a footnote. A matrix is a table on which are systematically disposed the technical coefficients, both, quote, current technical coefficients, end quote, technical coefficients of capital, end quote, expressing the dependence of each sector on each of the others. Every ultimate target that might be chosen is presented as a list of material means to be utilized, and therefore manufactured in specific amounts within the period in question. As soon as the ultimate target is chosen, the solution of a system of simultaneous equations enables one to define immediately all the intermediate targets, and therefore the tasks to be fulfilled by each sector of the economy. The working out of these relationships will be the task of a highly mechanized and automated specific enterprise, whose main work would consist in the mass production of various plans, targets, and their various components, implications. This enterprise is the plan factory. Its central workshop would, to start with, probably consist of a computer, whose, quote, memory would store the technical coefficients and the initial productive capacity of each sector. If, quote, fed, end quote, a number of hypothetical targets, the computer could spell out the productive implication of each target for each sector, including the amount of work to be provided in each instance by the, quote, manpower sector. Footnote. This division of the economy into some 100 sectors, which roughly correspond to present computer capacity, is about halfway between its division by Marx into two sectors, consumer goods and means of production, and the 1,000 sectors that would be required to ensure a perfectly exact representation. Present computer capabilities would probably be sufficient in practice, and could be made more precise even now by tackling the problem in stages. Around this central workshop, there would be others whose task would be to study the distribution and variations of regional production and investment, and possible technical optima, given the general interdependence of the various sectors. They would also determine the unit values, equivalences of different categories of product. Two departments of the plan factory warrant special mention, that dealing with stock taking and that dealing with the technical coefficients. The quality of planning, conceived in this way, depends on how well people are informed of the real state of the economy which forms its basis. The accuracy of the solution, in other words, depends on adequate information about both, quote, initial conditions, end quote, and, quote, technical coefficients, end quote. Industrial and agricultural consensus are carried out at regular intervals even today by a number of advanced capitalist countries. They offer a very crude basis, which they are extremely inaccurate. The accuracy of the solution, in other words, depends on adequate information about both, quote, initial conditions, end quote, and the, quote, technical coefficients, end quote. Industrial and agricultural consensus are carried out at regular intervals, even today, by a number of advanced capitalist countries. Oh, Jesus Christ. Industrial and agricultural censuses, not consensus. Jesus Christ. I'm a fucking idiot. Industrial and agricultural censuses are carried out at regular intervals even today by a number of advanced capitalist countries. They offer a very crude basis because they are extremely inaccurate and fragmented. The drawing up of an up-to-date and complete inventory will be one of the first tasks of a self-managed society. The collective preparation of such an inventory is a serious task. It can't be achieved, quote, from above, from one day to the next. Not once drawn up would such an inventory be considered final. Perfecting that inventory and keeping that inventory up to date would be a permanent task of the plan factory, working in close cooperation with those sections of the local councils responsible for industrial stock taking in their own areas. The results of this cooperation would constantly modify and enrich the memory of the central computer. Establishing the, quote, technical coefficients will pose similar problems. To start with, establishing the technical coefficients could be done very roughly using certain general available statistical information. Quote, on average, the textile industry uses so much cotton to produce so much cloth. End quote. But such knowledge will have to be made far more precise through technical information provided by the councils of particular industries. The data stores in the computer will have to be periodically revised as more accurate knowledge about the technical coefficients, and in particular about the real changes in these coefficients brought about by new technological developments, is brought to light. Knowledge of the real state of affairs, combined with the constant revision of basic data, and with the possibility of drawing instant conclusions from them, will result in very considerable, possibly enormous gains. The potentialities of these new techniques remain untapped. In the very field where they could be most usefully applied, that of the economy taken as a whole, any technical modification in any sector would in theory affect the workload and the conditions of a rational choice of methods in all sectors. A socialist economy would be able to The potentialities of these new techniques remain untapped in the very field where they could be most usefully applied, that of the economy taken as a whole. Any technical modification in any sector could in theory affect the workload and the condition of a rational choice of methods in all other sectors. A socialist economy would be able totally and instantaneously to take advantage of such facts. Capitalist economies only take them into account belatedly and in a very partial way. The setting up of such a plan factory should be immediately possible in any country which is even moderately industrialized. The equipment necessary exists already. So do the people capable of working that equipment. Banks and insurance companies, which will be unnecessary under socialism, already use some of these methods in work of this general type. Linking up with mathematicians, statisticians, econometricians, those who work in such offices, could provide the initial personnel of the planned factory, workers' management of production, and the requirements of a rational economy will provide a tremendous impetus to the development, both, quote, spontaneous and, quote, conscious, of rational techniques of planning. Let us not be misunderstood. The role of the planned factory won't be to decide on the plan. The planned factory won't impose anything on others. The targets of the plan will be determined by society as a whole, in a manner shortly to be described. Before any proposals are voted upon, however, the planned factory will work out and present to society as a whole the implications and consequences for various groups of the population of the plan or plans suggested. This will result in a vast increase in the area of real democracy, i.e., of deciding in full knowledge of the relevant facts. After a plan has been adopted, the task of the planned factory will be to constantly bring up to date the facts on which the plan was based, to draw the necessary conclusions from possibilities of change, and to inform both the Central Assembly of Councils and the relevant sectors of any alterations in intermediate targets, and therefore of production tasks that might be worth considering. In none of these instances would those actually working in the planned factory decide or impose anything except the organization of their own work. Consumer goods. But what about consumption? In a socialist society, how could people determine what is produced? It is obvious that this cannot be based on direct democracy. The plan can't propose, as an ultimate target, a complete list of consumer goods or suggest in what proportions they should be produced. Such a proposal would not be democratic for two reasons. Firstly, it could never be based on, quote, full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote, namely on a full knowledge of everybody's preferences. Secondly, it would be tantamount to a pointless tyranny of the majority over the minority. If 40% of the population wish to consume a certain article, there is no reason why they should be deprived of that article under the pretext that the other 60% prefer something else. No preference or taste is more logical than any other. Moreover, consumer wishes are seldom incompatible with one another. Majority votes in this matter would amount to rationing, or an absurd way of setting this kind of problem anywhere but in a besieged fortress. Planning decisions won't therefore relate to particular items, but to the general standard of living, the overall volume of consumption. Planning decisions will not delve into the detailed composition of this consumption. In relation to human consumption, deciding on living standards doesn't require the same kind of considerations that go into determining how many tons of coal are needed to produce so many tons of steel. There are no, quote, technical coefficients of the consumer, end quote. Under capitalism, there is, of course, some statistical correlation between income and the structure of demand. Without such a correlation, private capitalism couldn't function. But this is only a very relative affair. It would be turned upside down under socialism. A massive redistribution of incomes will have taken place. Profound changes will have occurred in every realm of social life. The permanent rape of the consumer through advertising and capitalist sales techniques will have been abolished. New tastes will have emerged as the result of increased leisure. Or leisure. I don't know why. I usually say leisure. I don't know. I guess I don't know how I say that word in day-to-day life. Finally, the statistical regularity of consumer demand can't solve the problem of variations that might occur within a given period between real demand and that envisaged in the plan. Genuine planning doesn't mean saying, quote, living standards will go up by 5% next year, and experience tells us that this will result in a 20% increase in the demand for cars, therefore let's make 20% more cars, end quote, and stopping at that. One may have to start in this way, where other criteria are missing, but there will have to be powerful correcting mechanisms capable of responding to disparities between anticipated and real demand. Socialist society will have to regulate the pattern of its consumption according to the principle of consumer sovereignty. This implies the existence of some mechanisms whereby consumer demand can genuinely make itself felt. The, quote, general decision embodied in the plan will define a. What proportion of its overall product society wishes to devote to the satisfaction of individual consumer needs. B. What proportion would like to allocate to collective needs? What proportion society would like to allocate to collective needs? Public consumption, such as i.e. public consumption. And C. What proportion it wants to devote to developing the productive forces, i.e. to invest. But the structure of consumption will have to be determined by the individual consumers themselves. How could a mutual adaptation of supply and demand come about? How might consumer demand really manifest itself? First, there would have to be an overall equilibrium, the sum total distributed in any given period, as, quote, wages and other benefits, would have to be equal to the value of consumer goods, quantities X prices, made available in that period. A, quote, empirical, end quote, initial decision would then have to be taken to provide at least a skeleton for the structure of consumption. This initial decision would base itself on traditionally, quote, known, end quote, statistical data, but in full knowledge of the fact that these will have to be extensively modified by taking into account a whole series of new facts, such as the equalization of wages, for instance. Stocks of various commodities, in excess of what it is expected, stocks of various commodities in excess of what is expected might be consumed in a given period, will initially have to be scheduled for. Three corrective processes, quote corrective processes, would then come into play, the net result of which would be to immediately demonstrate any gap between anticipated and real demand, and to bridge that gap. A. Available stocks would either rise or fall. B. According to whether the reserve stocks decreased or increased, i.e., according to whether demand had been initially underestimated or overestimated, there would be an initial rise or fall in the price of the various commodities. The reason for these temporary price fluctuations would have to be fully explained to the people. C. There would simultaneously take place an immediate readjustment in the output of consumer goods to the level where, the stocks having been reconstituted, the production of goods equals the demand. At that moment, the sale price would again become equal to the quote normal end price labor value of the product. Given the principle of consumer sovereignty and differences between the actual demand and production scheduled will have to be corrected by a modification in the structure of production and not by resorting to permanent differences between selling prices and value. If such differences were to appear, they would automatically imply that the original planning decision was wrong in this particular field. Money, wages, value. Many absurdities have been said about money and money's immediate abolition in a socialist society, and there is a great deal of loose thinking about the subject. Footnote. All the preceding talk of, quote, wages, quote, prices, and the, quote, market will, for instance, undoubtedly have startled a certain group of readers. We would ask them momentarily to curb their emotional response and to try to think rationally with us on the matter. End of footnote. It should be clear that the role of money is radically altered from the moment where it can no longer be a means of accumulation, the means of production being owned in common, or as a means of exerting social pressure, wages being equal. What residual functions would money then have? People will probably receive a token in return for what they put into society. Footnote. This will probably prove necessary for as long as some kind of work proves necessary, i.e., for as long as there is not such vast abundance as to allow the immediate and full satisfaction of every conceivable human demand. Those who think in terms of a society of immediate abundance, where work is unnecessary and where every citizen will forthwith be able to consume whatever he wants in terms of goods and services, seldom pause to consider who will produce these goods or provide these services, or who will produce the machines to produce them. End of footnote. These tokens might take the form of units, allowing people to organize what they take out of society, spreading it out, A, in time, and B, between different objects and services, exactly as they wish. As we are seeking here to get to grips with realities and are not fighting against words, we see no objection to calling these tokens, quote, wages, and these units, quote, money. Just as a little earlier, we used the words, quote, normal prices to describe the monetary expression of labor value. Footnote. Footnote 1. One could also invent new words if it would make people happy, but this would not change the underlying reality. Footnote 2. Labor value includes, of course, the actual cost of equipment utilized in the period considered. For the working out of labor values by the matrix method, see the article I'm not even going to pronounce it. Sur la dynamique du capitalisme. The adoption of labor value as a yardstick is equivalent to what academic economists call, quote, normal long-term costs, end quote. The viewpoint expressed in this text corresponds to Marx's, which is in general attacked by academic economists, even, quote, socialist ones. For them, marginal cost should determine price. We can't here go into this discussion. All that we can say is that the application of the principle of marginal cost would mean that the price of an air ticket between London and New York would at times be zero, when the plane was already full, and at times be equivalent to that of the whole aircraft when the plane was empty. End of footnote. Under socialism, labor value would be the only rational basis for any kind of social accountancy, and the only yardstick having any real meaning for people. The first aim of socialist production will be to reduce both the direct and indirect expenditure of human labor power, fixing the prices of consumer goods on the basis of their labor value would mean that for everyone the cost of objects would clearly appear as the equivalent of labor. In hours, he himself would have had to expend to produce them, assuming he or she had access to the average prevailing equipment, and that he or she had an average social capacity. It would both simplify and clarify things if the monetary unit was considered the, quote, net product of an hour of labor, end quote, and if this were made the unit of value. It would also assist total demystification if the hourly wage equal for all were given a fraction of this unit, expressing the ratio, quote, private consumption over total net production, end quote. If these steps were taken and thoroughly explained, they would enable the fundamental planning decisions, namely the distribution of the social product between consumption and investment, to be immediately obvious to everyone and repeatedly drawn to their attention every time he or she bought anything. Equally obvious would be the social cost of every object acquired. Wage equality. Working class aspirations, whenever they succeed in expressing themselves independently of the trade union bureaucracy, are often directed against hierarchy and wage differentials. Basing itself on this fact, socialist society will introduce absolute wage equality. There is no justification for wage differentials, whether these reflect differing professional qualifications or differences in productivity. If an individual herself advanced the cost of his/her professional training, and if society considered him/her an enterprise, the recuperation of those costs spread out over a working lifetime would at most, quote, justify, at the extremes of the wage spectrum, a differential of 2-to-1 between a sweeper and a neurosurgeon. Under socialism, training costs would be advanced by society. Training costs often are, even today, and the question of their, quote, recovery would not arise. As for productivity, it depends already today much less on bonus and much more on the coercions exercised on the one hand by the machines and by the foremen tending to push it up, and on the other hand by the disciplined resistance to production imposed by primary working groups in the workshop tending to keep it down. Socialist society could not increase productivity by economic constraints without resorting again to all the capitalist paraphernalia of norms, supervision, etc. Cooperation would flow as cooperation already does flow, in part today, from the self-organization of primary groups in the workshops, from the natural relationships between different shops, and from gatherings of producers in different branches, in different factories or different sectors of the economy. The primary group in a workshop can, in general, secure that any particular individual does his or her share. If for any particular reason they couldn't work with a particular person, they could ask him or her to leave the particular shop. It would then be up to the individual in question to seek entry into one of many other primary groups of workers and to get himself/herself accepted by them. Wage equality will give a real meaning to consumption, every individual at last being assured of an equal vote. It will abolish a large number of conflicts both in everyday life and in production, and will enable an extraordinary cohesion of working people to develop. It will destroy at the very root the whole mercantile monstrosity of capitalism, both private and bureaucratic, the commercialization of individuals, that whole universe where one doesn't earn what one is worth, but where one is worth what one earns. A few years of wage equality and little will be left of the whole distorted mentality of present-day individuals. The fundamental decision. The fundamental decision in a socialist economy is the decision whereby society as a whole determines what society wants, i.e., the ultimate targets of society's plan. This decision is about two basic propositions. Given certain, quote, initial conditions, how much time does society want to devote to production? And how much of the total product does it want to see respectively allocated to private consumption, to public consumption, and to investment? In both private and bureaucratic capitalist societies, the amount of time one has to work is determined by the ruling class by means of economic or direct physical constraints. No one is consulted about the matter. Socialist society taken as a whole will not escape the impact of certain economic facts, in the sense that any decision to modify labor time will, other things being equal, have a bearing on production. But it will differ from all previous societies in that for the first time in history, people will be able to decide about work in full knowledge of the relevant facts, with the basic elements of the problem clearly presented to them. Socialism will also be the first social system enabling people to decide in a rational way about how society's products should be divided between consumption and investment. Under private capitalism, the distribution takes place in an absolutely arbitrary manner, and one would seek in vain any, quote, rationality underlying what determines investment. Footnote. In his major work on this theme, and after a moderate use of differential equations, Keynes comes up with the conclusion that the main determinants of investment are the, quote, animal spirits, end quote, of the entrepreneurs. The idea that the volume of investment is primarily determined by the rate of interest, and that the latter results from the interplay of the, quote, real forces of productivity and thrift, end quote, was long ago demolished by academic economists themselves. See Joan Robinson's The Rate of Interest and other essays. End footnote. In bureaucratic capitalist societies, the volume of investment is also decided upon quite arbitrarily. The central bureaucracy in these societies have never been able to justify their choices except through recourse to incantations about the, quote, priority of heavy industry, end quote. Footnote. One would look in vain through the voluminous writings of Mr. Bettelheim for any attempt at justification of the rate of accumulation, quote, chosen by the Russian bureaucracy. The, quote, socialism of such, quote, theoreticians doesn't only imply that Stalin or Khrushchev alone can know. It also implies that such knowledge by its very nature cannot be communicated to the rest of humanity. In another country and in other times, this was known as the Führer principle, the leader principle, which was the Nazi was the principle of Hitler worship in Nazi Germany. End of footnote. But even if there were a rational, quote, objective basis for a central decision, such a decision would automatically be irrational if that decision was reached in the absence of those primarily concerned, namely the members of society. Any decision taken in this way would reproduce the basic contradiction of all exploiting regimes. It would treat people in the plan as components of predictable behavior, as theoretical objects. It would soon lead to treating them as objects in real life, too. Such a policy would contain the seeds of its own failure. Instead of encouraging the participation of the producers in carrying out the plan, such a policy would irrevocably alienate the producers from a plan that was not of their choosing. This is no objective, quote, there is no objective, quote, rationality, allowing one to decide, by means of mathematical formulae, about the future of society, about work, about consumption, and about accumulation. The only rationality in these realms is the living reason of mankind, the decisions of ordinary men and women concerning their own fate. But these decisions won't flow from a toss of the dice. They will be based on a complete clarification of the problem and on full knowledge of the relevant facts. This will be possible because there exists, for any given level of technique, a definite relation between a given investment and the resulting increase in production. The result is nothing other than the application to the economy as a whole of the, quote, technical coefficients of capital, end quote, of which we spoke earlier. Such and such an investment in steelworks will result in such and such an increase in the steelworks turnout, and such a global investment in production will result in such a net increase in the global social product. Footnote. This net increase is obviously not just the sum of the increases in each sector. Several elements add up or have to be subtracted before one can pass from one to the other. On the one hand, for instance, there would be the, quote, intermediate utilizations of the products of each sector. On the other hand, the, quote, external economies, end quote, investment in a given sector, by abolishing a bottleneck, could allow the better use of the productive capacities of other sectors, which, although already established, were being wasted hitherto. Working out these net increases presents no particular difficulties. They are calculated automatically at the same time as one works out the, quote, intermediate objectives, end quote. Mathematically, the solution of one problem immediately provides the solution of the other. We have discussed the problem of the global determination of the volume of investments. We can only touch on the problem of the choice of particular investments. The distribution of investments by sectors is automatic. Once the final investment is determined, such and such a level of final consumption directly or indirectly implies such and such a productive capacity in each sector. The choice of a given type of investment, from amongst several producing the same result, could only depend on such considerations as the effect that a given type of equipment would have on those who would have to use that equipment. And here, from all we have said, their own viewpoint would be decisive. End footnote. Therefore, such and such a rate of accumulation will allow such and such a rate of increase of the social product, and therefore of the standard of living or amount of leisure. Said it different that time. Finally, such and such a fraction of the product devoted to accumulation will also result in such and such a rate of increase of living standards. The overall problem can therefore be posed in the following terms. Such and such an immediate increase in consumption is possible, but it would imply a significant cut down on further increases in the years to come. On the other hand, people might prefer to choose a more limited immediate increase in living standards, which would allow the social product and hence living standards to increase at the rate of X% per annum in the years to come, and so on. Quote, the conflict between the present and the future, end quote, to which the apologists of private capitalism and of the bureaucracy are constantly referring, would still be with us. But the conflict between the present and the future would be clearly seen, and society itself would settle the matter, fully aware of the setting and of the implication of what it was doing. In conclusion, and to sum up, one could say that any overall plan submitted to the people for discussion would have to specify A. the productive implications for each sector of industry, and as far as possible for each enterprise. B. the amount of work for everyone that these implied. C. the level of consumption during the initial period. D. the amounts to be devoted to public consumption and to investment. E. the rate of interest of further consumption. To simplify things, we have at times presented the decisions about ultimate and indeterminate targets, i.e., the implications of the plan concerning specific areas of production, as two separate and consecutive acts. In practice, there would be a continuous give and take between these two poles, and a multiplicity of proposals. The producers will be in no position to decide on ultimate targets. Unless producers know what the implications of particular targets are for themselves, not only as consumers, but as producers working in a specific factory. Moreover, there is no such thing as a decision, quote, taken in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote, if that decision is not founded on a number of choices, each with its particular implications. The fundamental decision-making process might, therefore, take the following form. Starting from below, there would at first be discussions in the General Assemblies. Initial proposals would emanate from the workers' councils of various enterprises and would deal with their own productive possibilities in the period to come. The plan factory would then regroup these various proposals, pointing out which proposals were mutually incompatible or entailed unintended effects on other sectors. The plan factory would elaborate a series of achievable targets, grouping them as far as possible in terms of their concrete implications. Proposal A implies that Factory X will next year increase its production by Y% with the help of additional equipment Z. Proposal B, on the other hand, implies etc. There would then be a full discussion of the various overall proposals throughout the General Assemblies and by all the workers' councils, possibly with counterproposals and a repetition of the procedure described. A final discussion would then lead to a simple majority vote in the General Assemblies. Part 8. The Management of the Economy. We have spelled out the implications of workers' management at the level of a particular enterprise. These consist of the abolition of any separate managerial apparatus and of the assumption of managerial authority by the workers themselves, organized in workers' councils and in general assemblies of one or more shops or offices, or of a whole enterprise. Workers' management of the economy as a whole also implies that the management of the economy is not vested in the hands of a specific managerial stratum, but that it belongs to organized collectivities of producers. What we have outlined in the previous section shows that democratic management is perfectly feasible. Democratic management's basic assumption is the clarification of data and the mass utilization of what modern techniques have now made possible. Democratic management implies the conscious use of a series of devices and mechanisms, such as the genuine consumer, quote, market, wage equality, the new relations between price and value, and of course the plan factory, combined with real knowledge concerning economic reality. Together, these will help clear the ground. The majority of planning is just made up of tasks of execution and could safely be left to highly mechanized or automated offices, which would have no political or decisional role whatsoever, and would confine themselves to placing before society a variety of feasible plans and their full respective implications for everyone. This general clearing of the ground having been achieved, and coherent possibilities having been presented to the people, the final choice will lie in their hands. Everyone will participate in deciding the ultimate targets, quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote, i.e., knowing the implications of his or her choice for him herself, both as producer and as consumer. Once adopted, a given plan would provide the framework of economic activities for a given period. It would establish a starting point for economic life. But in a free society, the plan will not dominate economic life. The plan is only a starting point, constantly to be taken up again and modified as necessary. Neither the economic life of society nor its total life can be based on a dead technological rationality established once and for all. Society cannot alienate itself from society's own decisions. It is not only that real life will almost of necessity diverge in many aspects from the, quote, most perfect, end quote, plan in the world. It is also that workers' management will constantly tend to alter, both directly and indirectly, the basic data and targets of the plan. New products, new methods, new ideas, new problems, new difficulties, new solutions will constantly be emerging. Working times will be reduced. Prices will fall, entailing reactions of the customers. Working time will be reduced. Prices will fall, entailing reactions of the consumers and displacements of demand. Some of these modifications will only affect a single factory, other modifications, several factories, and yet others, no doubt, the economy as a whole. Footnote. From this angle, and if they weren't false in the first place, Russian figures would show that after year, the targets of the plan have been fulfilled to 100%, would provide the severest possible indictment of Russian economy and of Russian society. They would imply, in effect, that during a given 5-year period, nothing happened in the country, that not a single new idea arose in anyone's mind, or else that Stalin, in his wisdom, had foreseen all such ideas and incorporated those ideas in advance in the plan, allowing in his kindness inventors to savor the pleasures of illusory discovery. End of footnote. The, quote, plan factory, end quote, would therefore not only be called upon to work once every 5 years, the plan factory would daily have to tackle some problem or other. All this deals mainly with the form of workers' management of the economy and with the mechanisms and institutions that might ensure that it functions in a democratic, All this deals mainly with the form of workers' management of the economy and with the mechanisms and institutions that might ensure that workers' management functions in a democratic manner. These forms would allow society to give to the management of the economy the content it chose. In a narrower sense, they would enable society to orient the economy in any particular direction. It is almost certain that the direction chosen would be radically different from that proposed by the best-intentioned ideologist or philanthropist of modern society. All such ideologists, whether, quote, Marxist or bourgeois, accept as self-evident that the ideal economy is one which allows the most rapid possible expansion of the productive forces as a corollary, the greatest possible reduction of the working day. This idea, considered in absolute terms, is absolutely absurd. It epitomizes the whole mentality, psychology, logic, and metaphysics of capitalism, its reality as well as its schizophrenia. Quote, work is hell, it must be reduced, end quote. The rulers of modern society, East and West, believe that people will only be happy if they are provided with cars and butter. The population must therefore be made to feel that it can only be happy if the roads are choked with cars, or if it can, quote, catch up with American butter production within the next 3 years, end quote. And when people acquire the said cars and the said butter, all that will be left for them to do will be to commit suicide, which is just what they do in that, quote, ideal country called Sweden. This, quote, acquisitive mentality, which capitalism engenders, which helps capitalism live, without which capitalism could not exist, and which capitalism exacerbates to frenetic proportions, might just conceivably have been a useful aberration during a phase of human development. Socialist society will not be this absurd race after percentage increments in production. This will not be socialist society's basic concern. In its initial phase, to be sure, socialist society will concern itself with satisfying consumer needs and with a more balanced distribution of people's time between productive work and other activities. But the real development of people and of social communities will be socialism's central preoccupation. A very important part of social investment will therefore be geared to transforming machinery, to a universal and genuine education, to abolishing divisions between town and country and between mental and manual labor, the growth of freedom within work, the development of the creative faculties of the producers, the creation of integrated and complete human communities will be the paths along which socialist humanity will seek to find the meaning of its existence. These will, in addition, enable socialism to secure the material basis which it needs. Part 9. The Management of Society. We have already discussed the type of change that would be brought about by the, quote, vertical and, quote, horizontal cooperation of workers' councils, a cooperation secured through industrial councils composed of delegates from various places of work. A similar regional cooperation would be established through councils representing all the units of a region. Cooperation will finally be necessary on a national level for all the activities of society, whether economic or not. A central body, which would be the expression and the emanation of the producers themselves, would ensure the general tasks of economic coordination, inasmuch as the tasks of economic coordination were not dealt with by the plan itself, or more precisely, inasmuch as the plan will have to be frequently or constantly amended. The very decision to suggest that it should be amended would have to be initiated somewhere. Such a body would also coordinate activities in other areas of social life which have little or nothing to do with general economic planning. This central body would be the direct emanation of the workers' councils and of the local general assemblies themselves. It would consist of a central assembly of council delegates, which assembly would itself elect from within its own ranks a central council. The network of general assemblies and councils is all that is left of the, quote, state, or, quote, power in a socialist society. It is the whole, quote, state, and the only embodiment of, quote, power. There are no other institutions from which proposals or decisions might emanate to influence people's lives. To convince people that there would be no other, quote, state lurking in the background, we must show, A, that such a pattern of organization could deal with all the problems that might arise in a free society, and not only with industrial problems. B, that institutions of the type described could coordinate all those social activities which the population felt needed coordination, in particular, non-economic activities. In other words, they could fulfill all the functions needed of a socialist administration, which are radically different from the functions of a modern state. We'll finally have to discuss what would be the significance of, quote, parties and of, quote, politics in such a society. A. The councils, an adequate organization for the whole population. The setting up of workers' councils will create no particular problems in relation to industry, taking the term in its widest sense to include manufacture, transport, building, mining, energy production, public services, etc. The revolutionary transformation of society will, in fact, be based on the establishment of such councils and would be impossible without it. In the post-revolutionary period, however, when the new social relations become the norm, a problem will arise from the need to regroup people working in smaller enterprises. This regrouping will be necessary if only to ensure them their full democratic and representational rights. Initially, it would probably be based on some compromise between considerations of geographical proximity and considerations of industrial integration. This particular problem isn't very important, for even if there are many such small enterprises, the problem of those working in them only represents a small proportion of the total working population. Paradoxical as it may seem, the self-organization of the population into councils could proceed as naturally in agriculture as in industry. It is traditional on the left to see the peasantry as a source of constant problems for working class power because of its dispersion, its attachment to private property, and its political and ideological backwardness. These factors certainly exist, but it is doubtful if the peasantry would actually oppose a working class power exhibiting toward the peasantry an intelligent and socialist attitude. The, quote, peasant nightmare, end quote, currently obsessing so many revolutionaries result from the telescoping of two quite different problems. On the one hand, the relations of the peasantry with a socialist administration in the context of a modern society. On the other hand, the relations between peasantry and state in the Russia of 1921 or of 1932, or in the satellite countries between 1945 and the present time. The situation which led Russia to the new economic policy of 1921 is of no exemplary value to any, even moderately industrialized economy. There is no chance of its repeating itself in a modern setting. In 1921, it was a question of an agriculture which did not depend on the rest of the national economy for its essential means of production, and which 7 years of war and civil war had compelled to fall back on itself entirely. In 1921, it was a question of an agriculture which did not depend on the rest of the national economy for its essential means of production, and which 7 years of war and civil war had compelled to fall back on itself entirely. The party was asking of this agriculture to supply its produce to the towns without offering it anything in exchange. In 1932, in Russia, and after 1945 in the satellite countries, what happened was an absolutely healthy resistance of the peasantry to the monstrous exploitation imposed on the peasantry by a bureaucratic state through forcible collectivization. In a country such as France, classically considered backwards in relation to the numerical importance of its peasantry, workers' power would not have to fear a quote, wheat strike, end quote. It would not have to organize punitive expeditions into the countryside. Precisely because the peasant is concerned with her own interest, the peasant would have no cause to quarrel with an administration which supplies him/her with petrol, electricity, fertilizers, threshing machines, and spare parts. Peasants would only actively oppose such an administration if pushed to the limit, either by exploitation or by an absurd policy of forced collectivization. The socialist organization of the economy would mean an immediate improvement in the economic status of most peasants, if only through the abolition of that specific exploitation they are subjected to through middlemen. As for forced collectivization, it would be the very antithesis of socialist policy in the realm of agriculture. The collectivization of agriculture could only come about as the result of an organic development within the peasantry itself. Under no circumstances could it be imposed through direct or indirect economic coercion. God, I fucking love that. A socialist society would start by recognizing the rights of the peasants to the widest autonomy in the management of their own affairs. It would invite them to organize themselves into rural communes based on geographical or cultural units and comprising approximately equal populations. Each such commune would have, both in relation to the rest of society and in relation to its own organizational structure, the status of an enterprise. Its sovereign organism would therefore be the General Assembly of Peasants, and its representational unit, the Peasant Council. Rural communes and their councils would be in charge of local self-administration. They alone would decide when or if they wanted to form producers' cooperatives, and under what conditions. In relation to the overall plan, it would be the rural communes and their councils that would argue with the central administration, and not individual peasants. Communes would undertake to deliver such and such a fraction of their produce or a given amount of specific product in exchange for given credits or given amounts of the means of production. The rural communes themselves would decide how these would be distributed among their own members. Footnote: complex, but by no means insoluble, economic problems will probably arise in this respect. These economic problems boil down to the question of how agricultural prices will be determined in a socialist economy. The application of uniform prices would maintain important inequalities of revenue. Quote, differential incomes between different rural communes or even between different individuals in given communes because of the differences in the productivity of holdings, differential soil fertility, etc. The final solution to the problem would require, of course, the complete socialization of agriculture. In the meantime, compromises will be necessary. There might perhaps be some form of taxation of the wealthier communes to subsidize the poorer communes until the gap between them has been substantially narrowed. Completely to suppress inequalities by this means would, however, amount to forcible socialization. One should note, in passing, that differential yields today stem in part from the quite artificial working of poor yield soils through subsidies paid by the capitalist state for political purposes. Socialist society could rapidly lessen these gaps by questioning certain subsidies, while at the same time massively helping to equip poor but potentially viable communes. End of footnote. What about groups of workers involved in services of various kinds, from postmen to workers in entertainment? There is no reason why the pattern of their self-organization should not resemble that pertaining in industry as a whole. And what about the 1,001 petty trades existing in towns, shopkeepers, cobblers, hairdressers, doctors, tailors, etc.? Here the pattern of organization could resemble what we have outlined for an, quote, atomized occupation such as agriculture. Working class power would never seek forcibly to collectivize these occupations. It would only ask of these categories to group themselves into associations or cooperatives, which would at one and the same time constitute their representative political organs and their responsible units in relation to the management of the economy as a whole. There would be no question, for instance, of socialized industry individually supplying each particular shop or artisan. It would supply the cooperatives of which these shopkeepers or artisans would be members, and would entrust to these cooperatives themselves to distribute within their own ranks. It would supply the cooperatives which these shopkeepers or artisans would be members, and would entrust to these cooperatives themselves to distribute within their own ranks. At the political level, people in these occupations would seek representation through councils, for it is difficult to see how else they could be genuinely represented. There would be no fraudulent elections of either the Western or Russian types. These solutions admittedly present serious shortcomings when compared with industrially based workers' councils, or even when compared with the rural communes. Rural councils or workers' councils or rural communes aren't primarily based on an occupation, when they are still so based, this would reflect their weakness rather than their strength. They are based on a working unity and on a shared life. In other words, workers' councils in rural communes are organic social units. A cooperative of artisans or of petty traders, geographically scattered and living and working separately from one another, will only be based on a rather narrow community of interests. The fragmentation is a legacy of capitalism, which socialist society would sooner or later seek to transcend. There are possibly too many people in these occupations today. Under socialism, part of them would probably be absorbed into other occupations. Society would grant funds to the remainder to enable them, if they so wished, to organize themselves into larger self-managed units. When discussing people in these various occupations, we must repeat what we said about the peasantry, namely that we have no experience of what their attitudes might be to a socialist society. To start with, and up to a point, they will doubtless remain, quote, attached to property. But up to what point? All that we know is how they reacted when Stalinism sought forcibly to drive them into a concentration camp. A society which would grant them autonomy in their own affairs, which would peacefully and rationally seek to integrate them into the overall pattern of social life, and which would give them a living example of democratic self-management, and which would give them positive help if they wanted to proceed towards socialization. Would certainly enjoy a different prestige in their eyes, and would have a different kind of influence. A society which would grant them autonomy in their own affairs, which would peacefully and rationally seek to integrate them into the overall pattern of social life, which would give them a living example of democratic self-management, and which would give them positive help if they wanted to proceed towards socialization, would certainly enjoy a different prestige in their eyes and would have a different kind of influence on their development than did an exploiting and totalitarian bureaucracy, which by every one of its acts reinforced their, quote, attachment to property, end quote, and drove them centuries backwards. Footnote. This next discussion of people's self-expression as needing, quote, socialization bothers me immensely, as there is no, quote, norm, end quote, to be imposed, but a supersession of norms and the flip-sided, quote, one-sidedness, end quote, of antitheses. The fullest of greed demands its start from everyone, and not just as, quote, malady of the dictatorship of the partialized particular, end quote, in this case of industrial proletarians in the cities. The councils and social life. The basic units of social organization envisaged so far would not only manage production, they would, at the same time and primarily be organs for popular self-management in all its aspects. They would be both organs of local self-administration and the only bases of central power, which would only exist as a federation or regrouping of all the councils. To say that a workers' council will be an organ of popular self-management and not just an organ of workers' management of production is to recognize that a factory or office isn't just a productive unit, but is also a social cell and locus of individual, quote, socialization, end quote. Although this varies from country to country and from workplace to workplace, A mass of activities other than just earning a living take place there. Canteens, cooperatives, sports clubs, libraries, rest houses, collective outings, dances, activities which allow human ties, both private and public, to become established. To the extent that the average person is today active in, quote, public affairs, it is more likely to be through some activity related to work than in his capacity as an abstract citizen. Voting once every 5 years. Under socialism, the transformation of the relations of production and of the very nature of work would be enormously reinforce the positive significance for each worker of the working collective to which he or she belongs. Workers' councils and rural communes would probably take over all municipal functions. They could also take over many others, which the monstrous centralization of the modern capitalist state has removed from the hands of local groups, with the sole aim of consolidating the dominion of the ruling class and of its bureaucracy over the whole population. Local councils, for instance, might take over the local administration of justice and the local control of education. The two forms of regroupment, productive and geographical, today seldom coincide. People's homes are at variable distance from where they work, where the scatter is small, as in some industrial towns or industrial suburbs, or in many rural communes. The management of production and local self-administration might be undertaken by the same general assemblies, by the same workers' councils. Where home and workplace don't overlap, geographically based local councils, Soviets, would have to be instituted, directly representing both the inhabitants of a given area and the enterprises in the area. Initially, such geographically based local councils might be necessary in many places. One might envisage them as collateral institutions, also in charge of local affairs. They would collaborate at local and at national level with the councils of producers, workers' councils, which alone, however, would embody the new power in production. Footnote. Although the Russian word Soviet means council, one should not confuse the workers' councils we have been describing in this text with even the earliest of Russian Soviets. The workers' councils are based on the place of work. They can play a political role and a role in industrial management of production. In its essence, a workers' council is a universal organism. The 1905 Petrograd Soviet of Workers' Deputies, although the product of a general strike, and although exclusively proletarian in composition, remained a purely political institution. The Soviets of 1917 were, as a rule, geographically based. They too were purely political institutions, in which all social layers opposed to the old regime would get together. See Trotsky's 1905 and his History of the Russian Revolution. Their role corresponded to the, quote, backwardness, end quote, of the Russian economy and of Russian society at the time. In this sense, they belonged to the past. The, quote, normal form of working class representation in the revolution to come will undoubtedly be the workers' councils. End footnote. The problems created by the parallel existence of the two kinds of councils could soon be overcome if changes took place in where people chose to live. Footnote. Today, those who can afford it are prepared to travel considerable distances to work, often at considerable physical or financial cost to themselves, because of the drabness, dirt, smell, or noise of where they work. Many others live at a distance just because there is no suitable accommodation in the vicinity. How will the new society cope with the horror of the modern modern workplaces? Will it seek to associate workplaces and homes, or on the contrary, to separate them? End of footnote. This is but a small aspect of an important problem that will hang over the general orientation of socialist society for decades to come. Underlying these questions are all the economic, social, and human problems of town planning in the deepest sense of the term. At the limit, there even lies the problem of town and country. It is not for us here to venture into these fields. All we can say is that a socialist society will have to tackle these problems as total problems from the very start, for they impinge on every aspect of people's lives, on society's own economic, political, and cultural purpose. What we have said about local self-administration also applies to regional self-administration. Regional federations of workers' councils or of rural communes will be in charge of coordinating these bodies at a regional level and of organizing activities best tackled at such a level. Industrial organization of, quote, state functions. We have seen that a large number of functions of the modern state, and not merely territorial functions, will be taken over by local or regional organs of popular self-administration. But what about the truly, quote, central functions, those which affect the totality of the population in an indivisible manner? In class societies, and in particular under classical 19th century liberal capitalism, the ultimate function of the state was to guarantee the maintenance of the existing social relations through the exercise of a legal monopoly of violence. According to classical revolutionary theory, the state consisted of, quote, specialized bodies of armed men and prisons, end quote. In the course of a socialist revolution, this state apparatus would be smashed, the, quote, specialized detachments of armed men, quote, end quote, dissolved, and replaced by the arming of the people, the permanent bureaucracy abolished, and replaced by elected and revocable officials. Under modern capitalism, increasing economic concentration, and the increasing concentration of all aspects of social life, with the corresponding need for the ruling class to submit everything to its control, have led to an enormous growth of the state apparatus, of its functions, and of its bureaucracy. The state is no longer just a coercive apparatus which has elevated itself, quote, above society. The state is the hub of a whole series of mechanisms whereby modern society functions from day to day. At the limit, the modern state subtends all social activity, as in the fully developed state capitalist regimes of Russia and the satellite countries. When, even in the West, the modern state does not exercise, quote, power in the narrow sense, but takes on an ever-increasing role in management and control, not only of the economy, but of the whole mass of social activities. In parallel with all this, the state takes on a whole lot of functions which in themselves could perfectly well be carried out by other bodies, but which have either become useful instruments of control or which imply the mobilization of considerable resources which the state alone possesses. In many people's minds, the myth of the, quote, state as the incarnation of the absolute idea, end quote, which Engels mocked a century ago, has been replaced by another myth, the myth of the state as the inevitable incarnation of centralization and of the, quote, technical rationalization, end quote, required by modern social life. This has had two main effects. On the one hand, it has led people, considering outmoded, utopian, or inapplicable some of the more revolutionary insights of Marx or Lenin in relation to the events of 1848, 1871, or 1905. On the other hand, it has led to people swallowing the reality of the modern Russian state, which simultaneously epitomizes the almost total negation of previous revolutionary conceptions of what socialist society might be like, and exhibits a monstrous increase of those very features criticized in capitalist society by previous revolutionaries: the total separation of rulers and ruled, permanent officialdom, great privileges for the few, etc. Footnote: not in what it hides, the police terror and the concentration camps, but in what it officially proclaims in its constitution. End footnote. But this very evolution of the modern state contains the seed of a solution. The modern state has become a gigantic enterprise, by far the most important enterprise in modern society. It can only exercise its managerial functions to the extent that it has created a whole network of organs of execution, in which work has become collective, fragmented, and specialized. What has happened here is the same as what has happened to management of production in particular enterprises, but it has happened on a much vaster scale. In their overwhelming majority, today's government departments only carry out specific and limited tasks. These departments are, quote, enterprises, specializing in certain types of work. Some, such as public health, are socially necessary. Others, such as customs, are quite useless, or are only necessary in order to maintain the class structure of society, such as the police. Modern governments often have little more real links with the work of their departments than they have, say, with the production of motor cars. The notion of, quote, administrative and, quote, rights, which remains appended to what are, in fact, a series of, quote, public services, end quote, is a juridical legacy without real content. Its only purpose is to reinforce the arbitrariness and irresponsibility of those at the top of various bureaucratic pyramids. Given these facts, the solution would not lie in the, quote, eligibility and revocability, end quote, of all public servants. This would be neither necessary. These officials exercise no real power, nor possible. They are specialized workers whom one could not no more elect than one would elect electricians or doctors. The solution would lie in the industrial organization, pure and simple, of most of today's government departments. In many cases, this would only be giving formal recognition to an already existing state of affairs. Concretely, such industrial organization would mean a. the explicit transformation of these government departments into, quote, enterprises, end quote, having the same status as any other enterprise. In many of these new enterprises, the mechanization and automation of work could be systematically developed to a considerable degree. B. The function of these enterprises would be confined to the carrying out of the tasks allotted to them by the representative institutions of society. C. The management of these enterprises would be through workers' councils, representing those who work there. These office workers, like all others, would determine the organization of their own work. Footnote: the formation of workers' councils of state employees was one of the demands of the Hungarian Workers' Council. We have seen that the, quote, plan factory, end quote, would be organized in this way. What the fuck? It's a guy walking down the street holding a baby like he was holding a goddamn log, like both hands forward. Fucking weird. Like someone said, here's your baby, dude. He just took it. Where am I? The formation of workers' councils of state employees was one of the demands of the Hungarian workers' councils. End footnote. We have seen that the, quote, planned factory, end quote, would be organized in this way. A similar pattern might apply to whatever persists or could be used of any current structure relating to the economy, foreign trade, agriculture, finance, industry, current state functions, which are already, quote, industrial, end quote, public works, public transport, communications, would be similarly organized. So probably would education. Through here, there would be latitude for a very wide variety of techniques and experiments. The Central Assembly and its Council. What remains of the functions of a modern state will be discussed under three headings. A. The material basis of authority and coercion, quote, the specialized bands of armed men and prisons, end quote. In other words, the army and the law. B. Internal and external, quote, politics, end quote. In the narrow sense, in other words, the problems that might be posed to a self-managed society if confronted with internal opposition or with the persistence of hostile exploiting regimes in neighboring countries. C. Real politics, the overall vision, coordination, and general purpose of social life. Concerning the army, it is obvious that the, quote, specialized bands of armed men, end quote, would be dissolved. The people would be armed. If war or civil war developed, workers in factories, offices, and rural communes would constitute the units of a non-permanent, territorially based militia, each council being in charge of its own area. Regional regroupings would enable local units to become integrated, and if necessary, would allow the rational use of heavier armaments. Footnote. Neither the means nor the overall conception of war could be copied from those of an imperialist country. What we have said about capitalist technology is valid for military technique. There is no neutral military technique. There is no, quote, H-bomb for socialism, end quote. P. Guillaume has clearly shown that a proletarian revolution must necessarily draw up its own strategy and methods, mainly propaganda, suitable to its social and human objectives. The need for, quote, strategic weapons, end quote, does not arise for a revolutionary power. End of footnote. If it proved necessary, each council would probably contribute a contingent to the formation of certain central units, which would be under the control of the Central Assembly of Delegates. Footnote. Tanks were used to suppress revolutionary uprisings in Berlin in 1953, Hungary in 1956, and Czechoslovakia in 1968. Aircraft were used to bomb civilians in the Spanish Civil War. It would be sheer self-deception to blind oneself to the likelihood that similar attempts would be made to put down revolutionary uprisings in Western Europe or the USA. The main defense of the revolution would, of course, be political, an appeal over the heads of their government to the working people of the enemy side. But what if the revolutionaries were physically attacked? Should they be prepared to use tanks in self-defense? If bombed, would they be entitled to use fighter aircraft or bombers to destroy enemy airfields? Single bombers or squadrons of bombers? There is a ruthless internal logic in these questions. The collective use of tanks or aircraft implies the service to maintain them, and is not a function for a local council, but for some regional or national body. However abhorrent this may seem to some libertarians, we see no way out. We would be interested to hear of alternative means from those who throw up their hands in horror at our suggestions. End of footnote. As for the administration of justice, it would be in the hands of rank and file bodies. Each council might act as a, quote, lower court, end quote, in relation to, quote, offenses, end quote, committed in its area. Individual rights would be guaranteed by procedural rules established by the Central Committee and might include the right of appeal to the regional councils or to the Central Assembly itself. There would be no question of a, quote, penal code or of prisons, the very notion of punishment being absurd from a socialist point of view. Quote, judgments, end quote, could only aim at the re-education of the social, quote, delinquent, end quote, and at his or her reintegration into the new life. Deprivation of freedom only has a meaning if one considers that a particular individual constitutes a permanent threat to others, and in that case, what is needed is not penitentiary, but the medical, and much more often, social help of fellow human beings. Footnote. The task of such bodies would be much easier than it is at present. Today, this task usually consists in, quote, readapting the deviant, end quote, to the requirements and values of a destructive and irrational society. In the future, it would be to help those still dominated by the old ideology of self-seeking to see that their problems can best be tackled in conjunction with others. Political problems, in the narrow as well as in the broader sense, are problems concerning the whole population, and which the population as a whole is therefore alone in a position to solve. But people can only solve them if they are organized to this end. At the moment, everything is devised so as to prevent people from dealing with such problems. People are conned into believing that political problems can only be solved by the politicians, whose specialists of the most universal attribute is precisely their ignorance of any particular reality. The necessary organizations will comprise, first of all, the workers' councils and the general assemblies of each particular enterprise. These will provide living milieu for the confrontation of views and for the elaboration of informed political opinions. They will be the ultimate sovereign authorities for all political decisions, but there will also be a central institution directly emanating from these grassroots organizations, namely the Central Committee of Delegates. The existence of such a body is necessary, not only because some problems require an immediate decision, even if such a decision is subsequently reversed by the population, but more particularly because preliminary checking, clarification, and elaboration of the facts is nearly always necessary before any meaningful decision can be taken. To ask the people as a whole to pronounce themselves without any such preparation would often be a mystification and a negation of democracy, because it would imply people having to decide without full knowledge of the relevant facts. There must be a framework for discussing problems and for submitting problems to popular decision, or even for suggesting that they should be discussed. These are not just, quote, technical functions. They are deeply political, and the body that would initiate them would be, whether one liked it or not, an indispensable central institution, although entirely different in its structure and role from any contemporary central body. The real problem, which in our opinion should be discussed rationally and without excitement, isn't whether such a body should exist or not. It is how to ensure that it is organized in such a manner that it no longer incarnates the alienation of political power in society and the vesting of authority in the hands of specialized institutions separate from the population as a whole. The problem is to ensure that any central body is the genuine expression and embodiment of popular will. We think this is perfectly possible under modern conditions. The Central Assembly of Delegates would be composed of men and women elected directly by the local general assemblies of various factories and offices. These people would be revocable at all times by the bodies that elected them. They would remain at work, just as would the delegates to the local workers' councils. Delegates to the Central Assembly would meet in plenary sessions as often as necessary. In meeting twice a week or more during 1 week of each month, they would almost certainly get through more work than any present parliament, which hardly gets through any. At frequent intervals, perhaps once a month, they would have to give an account of their mandate to those who had elected them. Footnote. In a country like France, such a Central Assembly of Delegates might consist of 1,000 to 2,000 delegates, one delegate per 10,000 or 20,000 workers. A compromise would have to be reached between two requirements. As a working body, the Central Assembly of Delegates should not be too large. On the other hand, it must ensure the most direct and most widely based representation of the organisms from which it emanates. End footnote. Those elected to the Central Assembly would elect from within their own ranks, or would appoint to act in rotation, a council perhaps composed of a few dozen members. The task of this body would be restricted to preparing the work of the Central Assembly of Delegates, to deputizing for it when it was not in session, and to convening the assembly urgently if necessary. If this, quote, Central Council exceeded its jurisdiction and took a decision which could or should have been taken by the Central Assembly, or if it took any unacceptable decisions, these could immediately be rescinded by the next meeting of the Central Assembly, which would also take any measures necessary up to and including the, quote, dissolution, end quote, of its own council. If, on the other hand, the Central Assembly took any decision which exceeds its jurisdiction, or which properly belongs to the local workers' councils, or to the local general assemblies, it would be up to these bodies to take any steps necessary, up to and including the revocation of their delegates to the Central Assembly. Neither the Central Council nor the Central Assembly could preserve in unacceptable Neither the Central Council nor the Central Assembly could persevere in unacceptable practices. They would have no power of their own. They would be revocable, and in the last analysis, the population would be armed. But if the Central Assembly allowed its council to exceed its rights, or if members of local assemblies allowed their delegates to the Central Assembly to exceed their authority, nothing could be done. The population can only exercise political power if it wants to. The organization proposed would ensure that the population would exercise such power if it wanted to. But this very will to take affairs into one's own hands isn't some blind force, appearing and disappearing in some mysterious way. Political alienation in capitalist society isn't just the product of existing institutions, which by their very structure make it technically impossible for the popular will to express or fulfill itself. Contemporary political alienation stems from the fact that this will is destroyed at its roots, that its very growth is thwarted, and that finally all interest in public affairs is totally suppressed. There is nothing more sinister than the utterance of sundry liberals, bemoaning the quote, political apathy of the people, end quote, an apathy which the political and social system to which they subscribe would recreate daily if it didn't already exist. This suppression of political will in modern societies as much stems from the content of modern, quote, politics, end quote, as from the means available for political expression. It is based on the unbridgeable gulf that today separates politics from real life. The content of modern politics is the, quote, better, end quote, organization of exploiting society, the better to exploit society itself. Modern politics methods are necessarily mystifying. They resort either to direct lies or to meaningless abstractions. The world in which all this takes place is a world of, quote, specialists, end quote, of underhand deals and of spurious, quote, technicism, end quote. All this will be radically changed in a socialist society. Exploitation having been eliminated, the content of politics will be the better organization of our common life. An immediate result will be a different attitude of ordinary people towards public affairs. Political problems will be everyone's problems, whether they relate to where one works or deal with much wider issues. People will begin to feel that their concerns have a real impact, and perceptible results should soon be obvious to all. The method of the new politics will be to make real problems accessible to all. The gulf separating, quote, political affairs, end quote, from everyday life will narrow and eventually disappear. All this warrants some comment. Modern sociologists often claim that the contents and methods of modern politics are inevitable. Modern sociologists believe that the separation of politics from life is due to an irreversible technological evolution, which makes impossible any real democracy. It is alleged that the content of politics, namely the management of society, has become highly complex, embracing an extraordinary mass of data and problems, each of which can only be understood as a result of advanced specialization. All this allegedly being so, it is proclaimed as self-evident that these problems could never be put to the public in any intelligible way, or only by simplifying them to a degree that would distort them altogether. Why be surprised, then, that ordinary people take no more interest in politics than they do in differential calculus? If these, quote, arguments, end quote, presented as the very latest in political sociology, but in fact as old as the world, prove anything, it is not that democracy is a utopian illusion, but that the very management of society, by whatever means, has become impossible. The politician, according to these premises, would have to be the, quote, incarnation of absolute and total knowledge, end quote. No technical specialization, however advanced, entitles its possessor to influence areas other than his or her own. An assembly of technicians, each the highest authority in his or her particular field, would have no competence as an assembly of technicians to solve anything. Only one individual could comment on any specific point, and no one would be in a position to comment on any general problem. Sorry, I missed a footnote. The footnote says Plato discussed them at length, and his Protagoras is in part devoted to them, which he's speaking about what he was just talking about with the idea that society's, so sophisticated and technical that, really democracy is impossible and you just have to leave everything to specialists and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, where the hell was I? Only one individual could comment on any specific point, and no one would be in a position to comment on any general problem. In fact, modern society is not managed by technicians as such, and never could be. Those who manage modern society don't incarnate absolute knowledge, but rather generalized incompetence. In fact, modern society is hardly managed at all. Modern society just drifts. Just like the bureaucratic apparatus at the head of some big factory, a modern political, quote, leadership, end quote, only renders verdicts, and usually quite arbitrary verdicts. It decides between the opinions of the various technical departments designed to assist it, and over which it has very little control. In this, our rulers are themselves caught up in their own social system, and experience the same political alienation which they impose on the rest of society. The chaos of their own social organization renders impossible a rational exercise of their own power even in their own terms. Footnote: see C. Wright Mill's White Collar and The Power Elite for an illustration of the total lack of any relationship between, quote, technical, end quote, capacities of any kind, and current industrial management or political leadership. End of footnote. We discuss all this because it enables us once again to stress an important truth. In the case of politics, as in the case of production, people tend to blame modern technology or modern technicism in general, instead of seeing that the problem stems from a specifically capitalist technology. In politics, as in production, capitalism doesn't only mean the use of technically, quote, neutral means for capitalist ends. It also means the creation and development of specific techniques aimed at ensuring the exploitation of the producers, or the oppression, mystification, and political manipulation of the citizens in general. At the level of production, socialism will mean the conscious transformation of technology. Technique will be made to help the people. At the level of politics, socialism will imply a similar transformation of technique. Will be made to help. At the level of production, socialism will mean the conscious transformation of technology. Technique will be made to help the people. At the level of politics, socialism will imply a similar transformation. Technique will be made to help democracy. Political technique is based essentially on the techniques of information and of communication. We are here using the term, quote, technique, end quote, in the widest sense. The material means of information and of communication only comprise a part of the corresponding techniques. To place the quote, there's no quotes. To place the technique of information at the service of democracy doesn't only mean to put material means of expression in the hands of the people, essential as this may be, nor does it mean the dissemination of all information or of any information in whatever form. It means first and foremost to put at the disposal of mankind the necessary elements enabling people to decide in full knowledge of the relevant facts. In relation to the plan factory, as we have given a specific example, we have given a specific example of how information could be used so as vastly to increase people's areas of freedom. Genuine information would not consist in burying everyone under whole libraries of textbooks on economics, technology, and statistics. The information that would result from this would be strictly nil. the information provided by the plan factory would be compact, significant, sufficient, and truthful. Everyone will know what he or she will have to contribute and the level of consumption he or she will enjoy if this or that variant of the plan is adopted. This is how technique, in this instance economic analysis, statistics, and computers, could be put at the service of democracy in a decisive field. My stomach's really growling. I wonder if you can hear that in the recording. The same applies to the technique of communication. It is claimed that the very size of modern societies allegedly renders direct democracy impossible. The only feasible democracy, it is claimed, is representative democracy, which, quote, inevitably, end quote, contains a kernel of political alienation, namely the separation of the representatives from those they represent. In fact, there are several ways of envisaging or achieving representative democracy. Parliament is one, councils are another, and it is difficult to see how political alienation could arise in a properly functioning council system. If modern techniques of communication were put at the service of democracy, the areas where representative democracy would remain necessary would narrow down considerably. Material distances are smaller in the modern world than they were in Attica in the 5th century BCE. At that time, the voice range of the orator, and hence the number of people he or she could reach, was limited by the functional capacity of his or her vocal cords. Today, it is unlimited. In the realm of communicating ideas, distances haven't only narrowed, distances have disappeared. If society felt it to be necessary, one could, as from today, establish a general assembly of the whole population of any modern country. Radio television could easily link up a vast number of general assemblies in various factories, offices, or rural communes. Footnote. Note that secure computer networking facilitates labor-intensive and mediating organizational forms. End footnote. Similar, but more limited link-ups could be established in a vast number of cases. Footnote. It might be claimed that the problem of numbers remains, and that all would never be able to express themselves in the time available. This isn't a valid argument. There would rarely be an assembly over 20 people where everyone wanted to speak, for the very good reason that when there is something to be decided, there aren't an infinite number of options or an infinite number of arguments. In rank-and-file workers' gatherings, convened, for instance, to decide on a strike, there are hardly ever, quote, too many interventions. The 2 or 3 fundamental opinions having been voiced, and various arguments having been exchanged, a decision is soon reached. The length of speeches, moreover, often varies inversely with the weight of their content. Russian leaders may speak for 4 hours at party congresses and say nothing. The speech of the Ephora, which persuaded the Spartans to launch the Peloponnesian War, occupies 21 lines in Thucydides. For an account of the laconicism of revolutionary assemblies, see Trotsky's account of the Petrograd Soviet of 1905, or accounts of the meetings of the factory representatives in Budapest in 1956. End of footnote. The sessions of the Central Assembly, or of its council, could easily be televised. This, combined with the revocability of all delegates, would readily ensure that any central institution remained under the permanent control of the population. It would profoundly alter the very notion of, quote, representation, end quote. Footnote: televising present parliamentary procedures, on the other hand, could be a sure way of driving even further nails into the coffin of this institution. People bemoan the fact that the size of the modern city, compared with those of yesterday, tens of millions rather than tens of thousands, renders direct democracy impossible. They are doubly blind. They don't see, firstly, that modern society has recreated the very milieu, the workplace, where such democracy could be reinstituted. Nor do they see that modern society has created and will continue to create the technical means for a genuine democracy on a massive scale. They envisage the only solution to the problems of the supersonic age in the coach and four terms of parliamentary political machinery. And they then conclude that democracy has become, quote, impossible, end quote. They claim to have made a, quote, new, end quote, analysis. And they have ignored what is really new in our epoch, the material possibilities of at last transforming the world through technique and through the mass of ordinary people who are its living vehicle. Thus, quote, state, quote, parties, and, quote, politics. What would the, quote, state, quote, politics, and, quote, parties consist of in such a society? There would be residues of, quote, state, of a, quote, state, to the extent that there would not immediately be a pure and simple, quote, administration of things, end quote. That majority decisions would still prevail, and that therefore there would still remain some limitations to individual freedom. There would no longer be a, quote, state, to the extent that the body's exercising power would be none other than the productive units or local organizations of the whole population, that the institutions organizing social life would be but one aspect of that life itself, and that what remained of central bodies would be under the direct and permanent control of the base organizations. This would be the starting point. Social development could not but bring about a rapid reduction of the central aspects of social organization. The reason for exercising constraints would gradually disappear, and the fields of individual freedom would enlarge. Needless to say, we are not talking here about formal, quote, democratic freedoms, end quote, which a socialist society would immediately and vastly expand, but about the, quote, essential, end quote, quote, essential, end quote, freedoms, not only the right to live, but the right to do what one wants with one's life. Freed from all the paraphernalia and mystifications which currently surround it, politics in such a society would be nothing but the collective discussing and solving of problems concerning the future of society, whether these be economic, education, and sexual, or whether they dealt with the rest of the world, or with the internal relations between social groups. All these matters which concern the whole of the population would belong to them. It is probable, even certain, that there would be different views. It is probable, even certain, that there would be different views about such problems. Each approach would seek to be as coherent and systematic as possible. People dispersed geographically or professionally might share particular viewpoints. These people would come together to defend their views. In other words, they would form political groups. There would be no point in pretending that a contradiction wouldn't exist between the existence of such groups and the role of the councils. Both could not develop simultaneously. If the councils fulfill their function, they will provide the main living milieu, not only for political confrontations, but also for the formation of political opinions. Political groups, on the other hand, are more exclusive milieu for the schooling of their members, as well as being more exclusive poles for their loyalty. The parallel existence of both councils and political groups would imply that part of real political life would be taking place elsewhere than in the councils. People would then tend to act in councils according to decisions already taken outside of them. Should this tendency predominate, it would bring about the rapid atrophy and finally the disappearance of the councils. Conversely, real socialist development would be characterized by the progressive atrophy of established political groups. This contradiction could not be abolished by a stroke of the pen or by any statutory decree. The persistence of political groups would reflect the situation of The persistence of political groups would reflect the continuation of characteristics inherited from capitalist society, in particular the persistence of diverging interests and their corresponding ideologies, even after their material basis had shrunk. People would not form parties for or against the quantum theory, nor in relation to simple differences of opinion about this or that. The flowering or final atrophy of political groups will depend on the ability of workers' power to unite society. Footnote: the basis of parties is not a difference of opinion as such, but differences on fundamentals and the more or less systematic unity of each, quote, nexus of views, end quote. In other words, parties express a general orientation corresponding to a more or less clear ideology, in its turn flowing from the existence of social positions leading to conflicting aspirations. As long as such positions exist and lead to a political, quote, projection, end quote, of expectations, one cannot eliminate political groups, but as these particular differences disappear, it is unlikely that groups will be formed about, quote, differences, end quote, in general. End of footnote. If organizations expressing the survival of different interests and ideologies persists, a libertarian socialist organization, voicing its own particular outlook, will also have to exist. It will be open to all who favor the total power of the councils and will differ from all others, both in its program and in its practice. Precisely on this point, its fundamental activity will be directed towards the concentration of power in the councils and to their becoming the only centers of political life. This implies that the libertarian organization would have to struggle against power being held by any particular party, whatever it may be. It is obvious that the democratic power structure of a socialist society excludes the possibility of a party, quote, holding power. Their very words would be meaningless within the framework we have described, insofar as major trends of opinion might arise or diverge on important issues. The holders of majority viewpoints might be elected delegates to the councils more often than others. This doesn't necessarily follow, however, for delegates that would be elected mainly on the basis of a total trust, and not always according to their opinion on this or that question. The parties would not be organizations seeking power, and the Central Assembly of Delegates would not be a, quote, workers' parliament, end quote. People would not be elected to it as members of a party. The same goes for any council chosen by the Central General Assembly. The role of a libertarian socialist organization would initially be important. It would have systematically and coherently to defend these conceptions. It would have to conduct an important struggle to unmask and denounce bureaucratic tendencies, not in general, but where they concretely show themselves. And above all, it might initially be the only group capable of showing the ways and means whereby working-class democracy might flower. The work of the group could, for instance, considerably hasten the setting up of the democratic planning mechanisms we have analyzed earlier. A libertarian organization is in fact the only place where, in an exploiting society, a getting together of workers and intellectuals can already be achieved. This fusion would enable the rapid use of technology by the organs of working class power, but if some years after the revolution the libertarian group continued to grow, it would be the surest sign that it was dead, as a libertarian revolutionary organization. Freedom and workers' power. Gotta stay hydrated. Yeah. Can't be walking that around without fluids. The problem of political freedom arises in two forms: freedom for political organizations and the rights of various social strata of the population. Nationally, the councils alone would be in a position to judge to what extent the activities of any given political organization could be tolerated. The basic criterion which would guide their judgment would be whether the organization in question was seeking to reestablish an exploiting regime. In other words, was it trying to abolish the power of the councils? If they judged this to be the case, the councils would have the right and the duty to defend themselves at the ultimate limit by curtailing such activities. But this yardstick won't provide an automatic answer in every specific instance, for the very good reason that no such universal answer can ever exist. The councils will each time have to carry the political responsibility for their answers, steering a course between two equal and very serious dangers: either to allow freedom of action to enemies of socialism who seek to destroy socialism, or to kill self-management themselves through the restriction of political freedom. There's no absolute or abstract answer to this dilemma, nor is it any use trying to minimize the extent of the problem by saying that an important political tendency would be represented inside the councils. Nor is it any use trying to minimize the extent of the problem by saying that any important political tendency would be represented inside the councils. It is perfectly possible, and even quite probable, that there might exist within the councils tendencies opposed to the council's total power. Footnote: this occurred when the Social Democrats were in a majority in the German workers' councils immediately after World War I. End footnote. The legality of Soviet parties, a formula through which Trotsky believed in 1936 that he could answer this problem, in fact answers nothing. If the only dangers confronting socialist society were those due to, quote, restorationist tendencies, there would be little to fear, for such parties wouldn't find much support in the workers' assemblies. They would automatically exclude themselves from meaningful political life. But the main danger threatening the socialist revolution after the liquidation of private capitalism doesn't arise from the restorationist tendencies. Footnote: also note, quote, public varieties dominated by proto-statist renditions festered by theocrats and workerists. Such tendencies may find support in some sections, but the main danger threatening the socialist revolution after the liquidation of private capitalism doesn't arise from the restorationist tendencies. Such tendencies may find support in some sections of the working class, the more so as their programs do not and would not aim at restoring traditional and known forms of exploitation, but would be presented as, quote, variants of socialism.
Hey, Tom.
Hello.
Hi, I didn't even see you up there.
How you doing? Good.
I went to 632.
Really?
I ain't voting anymore, but something Supreme Street.
Good. Productive outing. A productive outing. But the main danger threatening the socialist revolution after the liquidation of private capitalism doesn't arise from restorationist tendencies. It stems from bureaucratic tendencies. Such tendencies may find support in some sections of the working class, the more so as their programs do not and would not aim at restoring traditional and known forms of exploitation, but would be presented as, quote, variants of socialism. In the beginning, when its most dangerous bureaucratism is neither a social system nor a definite program, it is only an attitude in practice. The councils will be able to fight bureaucracy only as a result of their own concrete experience. But the revolutionary tendency inside the councils will always denounce, quote, one-man management, end quote, as practiced in Russia, or the centralized management of the whole economy by a separate apparatus, as practiced in Russia, Poland, or Yugoslavia. It will denounce them as variants not of socialism but of exploitation, and it will struggle for all lights to be shed on the organizations propagating such aims. It is hardly necessary to add that although it might conceivably become necessary to limit the political activity of this or that organization, no limitation is conceivable in the domains of ideology or of culture. Another problem might arise. Should all sections of the population from the beginning have the same rights? Are they equally able to participate in the political management of society? Footnote. If alienated power is to cease and bourgeois, quote, rights of liberty without social freedom at the point of production is also non-existent, then what rights and power are being curbed unless they still exist and the revolution never took place at all? What does working class power mean in such circumstances? Working class power means the incontrovertible fact that the initiative for and the direction of the socialist revolution and the subsequent transformation of society can only belong to the working class. Therefore, it means that the origin and the center of socialist power will quite literally be the workers' councils. But working people do not aim at instituting a dictatorship over society and over the other strata of the population. Their aim is to install socialism, a society in which differences between strata or classes must diminish rapidly and soon disappear. The working class will only be able to take society in the direction of socialism to the extent that it associates other sections of the population with the working class's aim, or to the extent that the working class grants those other strata the fullest autonomy compatible with the general orientation of society, or that it raises them to the rank of active subjects of social management and does not see them as objects of its own control, which would be in conflict with its whole outlook. All this is expressed in the general organization of the population into councils, in the extensive autonomy of the councils in their own field, and in participation of all these councils in the central administration. What happens if the working class does not vastly outnumber the rest of the population? Or if the revolution is from the start in a difficult position, other strata being actively hostile to the power of the workers' councils? Working class power might then find concrete expression in an unequal participation of the various strata of society in the central administration. In the beginning, for example, the proletariat might have to allow a smaller voice to the peasants' councils than to other councils, even if it allows this peasant voice to grow as class tensions diminish. But the real implication of these questions are limited. The working class would only keep power if it gained the support of the majority of those who work for a living, even if they are not industrial workers. In modern societies, wage and salary earners, Jesus Christ, the working class could only keep power if it gained the support of the workers of those motherfucker. The working class could only keep power if it gained the support of the majority of those who work for a living, even if they are not industrial workers. In modern societies, wage and salary earners constitute the overwhelming majority of the population, and each day increases their numerical importance. If the large majority of industrial workers and other wage earners support revolutionary power, the regime could not be endangered by the political opposition of the peasants. If the aforementioned sections did not support revolutionary power, it is difficult to see how the revolution could triumph, even more how it could last for any length of time. Footnote. Note that power separated from its expressor, transformer, is, quote, separate power, as of an alienated power, and necessarily, quote, appears to, quote, walk by itself, to be, quote, self-perpetuative, as by magic, as part of that social relationship process by which we alienate our personal species, our personal special, it's a weird thing, species and social selves to the symbolic as hidden and is supposedly eternal. Sorry, the chainsaw got too much. Problems of the transition. The society we are talking about is not communism, which supposes total freedom, the complete control by people over all their own activities, the absence of any constraint, total abundance, and human beings of a totally different kind. The society we are talking about is socialism, and socialism is the only transitional society between a regime of exploitation and communism. What is not socialism, as here defined, isn't a transitional society. What is not socialism, as here defined, isn't a transitional society, but an exploiting society. We might say that any exploiting society is a society of transition, but a transition to another form of exploitation. The transition to communism is only possible if exploitation is immediately abolished, for otherwise exploitation continues and feeds on itself. The abolition of exploitation is only possible when every separate stratum of order givers ceases to exist, for in modern societies it is the division into order givers and order takers which is at the root of exploitation. The abolition of a separate managerial apparatus means workers' management in all sectors of social activity. Workers' management is only possible through new institutions, embodying the direct democracy of the producers, the councils. Workers' management can only be consolidated. Workers' management can only be consolidated and enlarged insofar as it attacks the deepest roots of alienation in all fields and primarily in the realm of work. In their essence, these views closely coincide with Marx's ideas on the subject. Marx only considered one kind of transitional society between capitalism and communism, which he called indifferently, quote, the dictatorship of the proletariat, end quote, or the, quote, lower stage of communism, end quote. For him, this society implied an end to exploitation and to the separate state apparatus. These elementary truths have been systematically hidden or distorted. Let us leave aside the Stalinist, whose historic job it has been to present concentration camps, the absolute power of factory managers, peace rates, and Stakhanovism as the finished products of socialism. The same mystification, in a more subtle but just as dangerous form, has been propagated by the Trotskyists and by Trotsky himself. They have managed to invent an increasing number of transitional societies, slotting more or less happily into one another. Between communism and capitalism, there was socialism, but between socialism and capitalism, there was the worker state, and between the worker state and capitalism, there was the, quote, degenerated worker state, end quote. Degeneration being a process, there were gradations: degenerated, very degenerated, monstrously degenerated, etc. After the war, according to the Trotskyist, we witnessed the birth of a whole series of, quote, degenerated worker states, end quote, the satellite countries of Eastern Europe, which were degenerated without ever having been worker states. All these gymnastics were performed so to avoid having to admit that Russia was an exploiting society without a shred of socialism about it, and so as to avoid drawing the conclusion that the fate of the Russian Revolution made it imperative to re-examine all the problems relating to the program and content of socialism, to the role of the proletariat, to the role of the party, etc. The idea of a, quote, transitional society, end quote, other than a socialist society, is a mystification. This is not to say, far from it, that problems of transition do not exist. In a sense, the whole of socialist society is determined by the existence of these problems, and by the attempt of people at solving them. But problems of transition will also exist in a narrower sense. They will flow from the concrete conditions which will confront the revolution at the start. For instance, the revolution might only start in one country or in one group of countries. As a result, it would have to sustain pressure of a very different kind and duration. On the other hand, however swift the international spread of the revolution, a country's internal development will play an important role in allowing the principles of socialism to be applied. For example, agriculture might create important problems in France, but not in the United States or Great Britain, where the main problem would be that of the extreme dependence of the country on food imports. In the course of our analysis, we have considered several problems of this kind and hope to have shown that solutions tending in a socialist direction existed in each case. We have not been able to consider the special problems which would arise if the revolution remained isolated in one country for a long time, and can hardly do it here, but we hope to have shown that it is wrong to think that the problems arising from such an isolation are insoluble, that an isolated worker's power must die heroically or degenerate, or that it can at the most, quote, hold on while waiting. The only way to, quote, hold on is to start building socialism, otherwise degeneration has already set in, and the reasons for, quote, holding on, end quote, is nothing. For workers' power, the building of socialism from the very first day is not only possible, it is imperative. If it doesn't take place, the power held has already ceased to be workers' power. Footnote. All discussions about, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, between the Stalinists and the left opposition, shows to a frightening degree how men make history thinking they know what they are doing, yet understanding nothing about it. Stalin insisted it was possible to build socialism in Russia alone, meaning by socialism industrialization plus the power of the bureaucracy. Trotsky vowed that this was impossible, meaning by socialism a classless society. But both were right in what they said and wrong in denying the truth of the other's allegation. But neither was talking about socialism, and no one, during the whole discussion, mentioned the regime inside Russian factories, the relation of the proletariat to the management of production, nor the relation of the Bolshevik Party, where the discussion was taking place, to the broad masses, who were in the long run the main interested party in the whole business. End footnote. The program we have outlined is a program for the present capable of being realized in any reasonably industrialized country. It describes the steps or the spirit guiding the steps, which the councils will have to take from the very first weeks of their power, and this, whether this power has spread to several countries or is confined to one. Perhaps if we are talking about Albania, there would be little we could do, but if tomorrow in France or in Britain, or even in Poland as yesterday in but if tomorrow in France, or in Britain, or even in Poland as yesterday Hungary, workers' councils emerged, without having to face a foreign military invasion, they could only quote, I'm spacing out. But if tomorrow in France or in Britain, or even in Poland, as yesterday in Hungary, workers' councils emerged without having to face a foreign military invasion, they could only federate into a central assembly and declare themselves the only power in the land, proceed to arm the working class and to order the dissolution of the police and the standing army, proclaim the expropriation of the capitalists, the dismissal of all managers, and the taking over of the management of all factories by the workers themselves, organized into workers' councils, proclaim the abolition of work norms and institute full equality of wages and salaries. Encourage other categories of workers to form councils and to take into their own hands the management of their respective enterprises, as in particular, the workers in government departments to form councils to proclaim the transformation of these state bodies into enterprises managed by those who work in them. Encourage the peasants and other self-employed sections of the population to group themselves into councils and to send their representatives to a central assembly. Proceed to organize a, quote, plan factory, end quote, and properly submit a provisional economic plan for discussion by the local councils. Call on the workers of other countries and explain to them the content and meaning of these measures. All this would be immediately necessary, and it would contain all that is essential to the building of socialism.